joined us from Purdue University today. Our last FLAN meeting was in Barcelona, first time we've been abroad. So what we're really doing together some of the best MOOC research around the world, and one of the biggest groupings of MOOC researchers around the world. When I looked last autumn at our partners' repositories of papers online, I found that between us, we've published, I think, 600 papers with MOOCs in the title or the abstracts. So even if you look at your own university and think, oh, well, there's only sort of 5, 6, 7, when we come together as a network, we are really strong in our research. And we've got expertise that we can share with each other. We've got ideas we can share with each other. And these regular meetings of FLAN really help us to do that. Now, another way we can do that is by live streaming these events. And great work by the technical team here, because not only are they streaming this out to the world, but they are also bringing people from other parts of the world in here and then streaming them out again. So a really complicated thing to be doing. So that's one way that we're reaching out. Another way that we're reaching out is through Twitter. Twitter hashtag is up there. Please tweet about this all day, every day. Tell people what's going on. Bring them into the conversation. Give them links to the live stream and help them to really get involved. Because the more people we can bring into this, the stronger we are as a network. So that's just a brief introduction from me. I'm going to pass back to Steve briefly.
Okay, thank you, Rebecca. Before we get into the meat of it, there is some admin stuff that I have to go through. So if there's a fire, run around, scream, whatever. But you go through that door, and then immediately out of on the left, there's the fire exit, and then you follow the path round, and we congregate on the hill, which I think is up there. So there's a big hill. So that's that. The loos, the toilets, they're just at the end of the corridor there, the main refreshments area, where you had the tea and coffee. And the ladies are on this side and the men's at the far end. Drinks and refreshments will be served in that room. Lunch will be served in one of these little rooms at the side, but then you can eat it in here or in there, wherever you want. If you haven't registered already, please make sure that you do that during one of the breaks. And can I ask some of the MOOC team to stand up? Phil and Tim, can you stand up? So if you've got any issues or any problems during the day, talk to one of those guys. They'll be able to help you out. And taxis. Stephen, who's very kindly manning the desk there, has reminded me about 20 times. If you do need a taxi, there is a sign-up sheet where you register. Make sure to get your name on there. Okay, so that's that. And now I'd like to introduce Professor Sharon Hutley, who's going to formally open the FLAN. Sharon is our fab PVC for education and a really strong advocate for distance and online learning. Thank you, Sharon.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's lovely to be here, and welcome on behalf of the university to Lancaster. And for those of you who are beaming in, it's a lovely sunny day outside. We've got the curtains pulled in here. I think you need to open them up a bit. I just thought I'd say a few words about my personal sort of relationship with FutureLearn, because I first became involved in working with them at my previous institution, which was the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. And by the time I left there, we just got to the position of formally signing up and getting the first MOOC underway. So it was a particular pleasure to join Lancaster in the summer of 2014 and find that things were already well underway here. The first MOOCs had already happened. They'd been extremely successful. And that success has really grown since then. And there are many people in the room here today, and others perhaps who are joining us online, who've been pivotal to that success. And I think you'll hear a couple of presentations later from those who've been involved in a couple of our MOOCs. I've attended many of the partnership advisory groups with FutureLearn, but I've never actually managed to get to one of these academic network meetings, and I'm sorry I can't stay for the discussions, because from the agenda, it looks like you're going to have a really interesting day. The partnership advisory groups, I think, are very important. They help give steerage to what FutureLearn is doing and how it develops. But I think probably, dare I say, the more interesting conversations are happening in forums such as this, where you can really get to grips with some of the challenges around online learning and some of the successes, and really sort of learn from each other. And I think that's been very evident. As you say, there's been many outputs from the partners in the FutureLearn partnership. And that's been very evident that forums like this have been very helpful in contributing to those kinds of discussions and outputs. I must thank all of the team here at Lancaster, particularly obviously for Steve for pulling things together today, but at the risk of missing someone out, people like Phil and Tim who are in the room here, but there are many, many others who've been pivotal to the work that we've done here, both in terms of the work with FutureLearn, but also in online learning. And I'm really grateful to all of you for that. I'm pleased to see that we've got so many people who've made their way to Lancaster, and to hear that so many of you are listening in online as well. I gather we've even got some visitors from the US, and you're very welcome here. For those of you who have travelled to Lancaster, as I say, it's a beautiful day out there at the moment. The weather forecast for the weekend is pretty good. So if you do fancy staying on, there is some beautiful places to visit around here. I think Lancaster is an absolute hidden gem, and it's only when people stop here on their way to the Lake District that they realise what a lovely place it is. So do take a bit of time at lunchtime even just to get out, walk around the campus a bit and admire the hills from afar. Now, I think that's all I need to say to you this morning, other than I hope you have a very enjoyable and productive day, and to wish you all the very best in your discussion. So over to you, Steve.
Thank you, Sharon. That's really set the scene really well. So the theme for today's plan is around innovation, and I think all of the presentations that we've got today will offer insights in new approaches for learning, assessment and teaching, and how that can be done using the MOOCs. And it should get the thoughts going and the discussions flowing, hopefully. What I would ask is, because we've got so many people who are joining us online, when we come to questions, if you can make sure to shout out your name and the institution you're from when you ask your question, that would help the people, I think, who aren't in the room. So we're going to kick off with Associate Professor Krishna Madhavan, who works at the School of Engineering Education. Have I got that right? At Purdue University. So he's come quite a long way to join us today, which is really great. And it's a great way to start because his presentation is on whether data analytics can offer intelligent personalization in a VLE. Professor Krishna has got a long involvement in cyber learning. I think that's probably true.
Yep.
They developed something. Did you work on something called the Nano Hub?
That's right.
The Nano Hub a long time ago, which I think was kind of a pre-MOOC before the MOOCs were even out there. So it's great to have him here. So I'll hand you over to Krishna.
Thank you. Do I still need this?
No.
Oh, great. So can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Where I'm from, it's really early good morning. I'm Krishna Madhavan. I'm an associate professor of engineering education at Purdue University. Along with my colleague, Professor Kerry Douglas, we do a lot of work on MOOCs, but also in general online learning and online learning platforms. My talk today is on predictive data analytic pipelines. I should preface this by saying that my primary area of work is extreme scale data systems, which means that I work on data that is at internet scale most of the times, a lot of the times. So if you've ever bought an app on the App Store, or if you've used some part of Facebook, or if you've sort of searched for something online, chances are my work has in some way touched your life. So I bring a lot of the perspective from a really extreme scale data, and in today's talk, I'm going to try and demystify to some extent what happens in the big data regime. What is big data is sort of a mystery to many people. They think it's just volume and all that stuff. But hopefully in today's talk, I'll be able to break it down into components that will make sense to you from a more pedagogical and learning perspective. I should also thank some of our primary sponsors, which is the U.S. National Science Foundation, the Boeing Company, Microsoft, a whole lot of other organizations, the Network for Computational Nanotechnology, and many other platforms, including FutureLearn, who are working with us. They hosted us the last couple of days at FutureLearn in London, and we had some pretty amazing discussions, not only regarding the work that's ongoing right now, but also regarding the future of what it entails for the architecture and so on. And thank you for that. As you all know, learning happens everywhere, particularly in places where we are not looking. It's somewhat of a mundane statement to begin with. Just bear with me, it's the jet lag. I'm sure you noticed that there is a little kid over here playing with an aircraft, and that is a hat tip to our sponsors, the Boeing company, because they want something aircraft related on all of my talks now that they've actually funded some of my work. So I made a kid play with some little planes over here. Whenever we talk about learning, we talk about early childhood, formal, informal, adult education, lifelong learning, and so on. It seems like there are all these different contexts in which learning seems to happen. The important thing to note here is that technology is such an inherent part of delivering these learning experiences. It's more true today than it was 5 years back, and it will be even more true in the future as we move forward. It is also interesting to note that this technology-enhanced learning market today is a multi-billion-dollar global business. In 2011, it was a $35.6 billion industry, and today it is 51. In the last year, it was 51.5 billion, and I've already read projections for 2017 that it's going to be somewhere around 60 to 62 billion this year, and that is all visible markets, which is essentially things like FutureLearn or edX or Coursera or all of the other platforms that sell to K through 12 institutions and so on. But it so happens that that is just the tip of the iceberg, because over and above just educational institutions, there is also a whole lot of industry and other kinds of organizations that are learning all the time. They spend a tremendous amount of resources on training their workers, on keeping knowledge flows happening within their organizations. And if you really think about this, the market starts to expand quite extensively. I'll give you an example from a single context. If you think about just the Boeing company, based on some internal data that we have access to, last year they delivered 7 million hours of training company. That is everything from design specification change all the way to how the wings of an aircraft are manufactured with new composite materials. It's just a whole range of training for people who are currently on the job. And a lot of this training was delivered just in time, which means that there is somebody who's sitting on the factory floor manufacturing something. They need to learn about a material or a composite, and they immediately sort of look for this kind of material. If you, on an average, think that an hour of training costs the Boeing company $100 to $150 to prep and update, which is a very low-end conservative estimate, plus all the productivity cost, you've just taken the number 77 million and multiplied that by a baseline of 100. It's $700 million in just on-time or just-in-demand training at just the Boeing company. And it so happens that their annual budget for training is $1.6 billion. It ranges, the numbers are not quite well publicized. Some years it's 1.2, some years it's 1.6. There's a range over there. And that's just the Boeing company, all right? So if you really think about it, this is a huge market. And if you add to it all the other companies and the local context in which training is happening, think about Microsoft or GE or Facebook or GM or Rolls-Royce or Ford or any of these companies, you take that number 7 million and that just grows exponentially very, very fast. So it's a lot of money being spent in this space. Now, whenever we talk about learning, particularly using technology, the conversation is always content-centric. Oh, I have this content online. It could be documents, math models, videos, web content, social interaction of all kinds. Extremely content-centric. So there is a big content-centric view of how learning occurs. Good quality content is only part of the problem. Right? The other part of the problem is how do you take all of that and personalize this to the context of the individual learner, be it on the factory floor or in your classroom. You as an expert in a certain space, are you going to create one kind of content for this group, another kind for another group, and every group that you touch, are you going to be creating different pieces of content, or what is your content strategy? But over and above that, how do you actually take what you know in terms of pedagogy and apply it to very different contexts? That is a very big problem. And personalization actually plays a big role. It so happens that the US National Academy of Engineering issued this grand challenge on advancing personalized learning, where they not only talk about the need for catering to the individual learner, but also about the need for better instrumentation and using that instrumentation to spawn more evidence-driven approaches, which is more insights into how people learn and what are the trajectories they follow, what is their behavior online. how do you actually customize the experience is a big problem. So then there is a lot of personalization work that obviously spawns off of this National Academy of Engineering challenge. And it is very important to note that learners in general are embedded in a massive amount of data that remains largely untapped. So you know from your own context that you're probably generating a lot of data around what kind of learning happens, your own behaviors as instructors sometimes. But this data is growing in very high volume, it's growing at a very high velocity, and it largely remains unindexed and unarchived in some systematic way, pretty much useless, right? It's sitting in a repository. Static data is useless data. Dynamic data that leads to insights is useful, correct? So essentially, the data that we have on learners comes not only from the learning context, but also from institutional context and human context in which people function. So our vision for this work is to take all of these different contexts, remove any barriers, and replace that with a single analytic ecosystem that can actually help you understand quite deeply about how people learn, but more importantly, how you can provide a lot more value for your time. In the rest of today's talk, I'm going to walk you through one such example. Some parts of it may be a little bit more in detail than you want, but I'll try to skip over those parts as quickly as I can. Just a couple of examples. This is an example from the Target store. It's a big multinational corporation in the US. They're a departmental store, and they use a lot of predictive analytics. And in this particular case, they were able to predict that a lady was pregnant before she knew she was pregnant and was selling her a product. And it so happens that the lady's father found out about it before because of the bills and the credit card transcript, and it became a huge ethical problem for predictive analytics in general. So I just want to put this in as a caveat, saying that not all kinds of predictive analytics are necessarily good. There is an ethical framework in which all of this functions. But in another better example, the company Google actually uses a lot of data to build a better worker. It so happens that if you walk into Google, and a lot of my students are there, you actually see these little stickers that all the people who work in human resources have. And it's a little bit profane, but I'll just risk it over here. At the bottom of that, it says that I have charts and graphs to back me up, so F off. Essentially saying that I have a lot of data. What you can't argue with me because I'm taking a very evidence-driven approach to how my company works. It's a philosophical statement, but human resources carries that on the back of all their Macs. It's a decoration, believe it or not. It's a really funny thing. If you ever go there, you should ask them. So this is from the Atlantic. I just picked it up because it's one thing to have a picture, but it's another thing to properly be recognized for it. So in this particular context, you can say, well, there is all these advances in machine learning, and you look at products like Google and Facebook and Microsoft, but why are learning environments relatively static? So our hypothesis here that we've been working on for quite a long time is that predictive analytics using machine learning can personalize learning and can cut overall costs of learning. And I'm going to walk you through one example of how that might work. So the question is, how can machine learning and predictive analytics personalize learning pathways and highly optimized content selection and reduce the cost of learning? That is really where we're going, right? Now, before I can get into the details of this, one of the things that I have to define is this term called characterization, which means fully describing the patterns of user behavior you see in online environments. There is a variety of data streams that are available to us in order to do this: click streams, video view data, material access data, and so on and so forth. And I'm going to show you one characterization here in a few seconds. Once you think about that, the next part is, of course, how do you teach a machine how people learn, and how can a machine be way more reactive and scale faster, particularly in online platforms where you're catering to hundreds of thousands of people. This becomes very important because physical presence is really hard to maintain all the time. Then you want to test it, compare performance, make refinements, and then you want this to be fed into your platform itself and allow the platform to make modifications on the fly so that people can actually get a more personalized experience. It so happens that these pieces are not so discrete, and they form sort of a cyclical process where you take the characterizations, you teach a machine how things work. The machines then sort of go off and do their own thing within a learning environment, and that leads to better characterization, and it goes on and on and on. So this is the personalization cycle. Some of it may be familiar to you as a machine learning cycle, which is also quite obvious from the technical perspective. So let us talk a little bit about characterization, right? Now imagine that a user uses an online, if it is within an online environment, and at different time points, they are using different pieces of content. The colors represent different pieces of content. And T1, T2, T3 are just different points of time, right? So you can imagine that different users have different flows within a system, right? And in reality, this is how it looks. That people are flowing through the system. You might be familiar with this from the movie Matrix, where everything is just number. It's just a dot of data flowing by. And it so happens that when you look at it like that, x-axis is time and y-axis is just a user. Every line is a user flowing through the system. It may look like there is no pattern to it, but once you use some very fundamental techniques of unsupervised learning, where you apply some algorithms to it, some clustering algorithm and some sorting algorithm, you start to see that people start to form under these in these tracks, right? They start to fall in these patterns of use. On the top there, you have somebody who's fully participating in all aspects of the course, except quizzes and exams. Obviously, that's me. Don't like exams, although I'm a professor. Then there is a very strong initial participation, and then you taper off. By the way, you should think of this as hundreds of thousands of people fall into these bands, right? The thickness of the band usually represents how many people are in the system at any given time. And then at the very bottom, you have some very sporadic participation, or what looks like sporadic participation. And from Professor Douglas's work, we know that these people have totally different motivations for why they come. They want to use your course as a textbook, where they go and access very specific points, and you've satisfied their interest and they're done. It's much harder to personalize it for those people because there's some sort of sporadicity in there. Now, the question becomes, are we using the appropriate number of clusters to describe these behaviors? It so happens that you do something called an elbow graph, and you see that between 5 and 6, there's this little ridge going on. And you don't need to know what that ridge is doing, but just that there is a ridge over there. And if you compare it with another graph that we have called a gap statistic graph, you see that the same ridge sort of manifests itself between 5 and 6 clusters again. So it seems like within an online environment, the characterization usually picks up between 5 and 6 behavioral patterns. People think that they are completely random. They are very unique. They're not. So you see that this 5 to 6 tracks essentially represent a lot of what's going on. Now the question then becomes, how do you tag them? We then say there are fully engaged learners, there are consistent learners, there are 2-week learners, 1-week learners, sporadic learners, and so on. So you add a little bit more description to these based on some fine refinements of what is going on within each of those tracks. So you can imagine that within every track, you can cluster further, right? So you can do this iteratively to get a lot of refinement out of this. Now, the question becomes, are these clusters sufficiently different? Or in other words, does one cluster really influence the users in another cluster? So if I'm a consistent learner, impacted by the behaviors of 1-week learner, right? So that is a question. The reason why this is important is because you want to reduce the dependency between those tracks. The idea being that if you have different pieces of content, depending on which track a person goes to, you can recommend different content streams to them, right? So this is sort of very simplified view of this. There's a lot more complexity going on behind it. So what we do then is we compute something called a Kruskal-Wallis measure. And at the bottom here, you see this, this value, the H4 value, and it's significant at 1 out of 100, essentially, which means that if you have 100 predictions, one of them is bound to be erroneous, right? So, or less than one of them is bound to be erroneous. And as you do more confirmatory tests, this index over here, the p-values will become tighter. You want to have the error sort of go to 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000, and so on. So this is one way of looking at it. And then we do a comparison in different courses, and you see that the bandwidth is different for each one of those tracks, but in general, people fall in the same tracks. So essentially, users seem to flow to the standard patterns regardless of course content. At least this is true of all the engineering and science content that we are seeing. We are yet to validate it for sort of a liberal arts kind of context. So then the question becomes, can you confirm this further? You basically run something called an effect size test, which means that does being in one group really have some sort of an effect on the other groups, or are they mutually orthogonal? And then you see here at the bottom that we've strengthened the error index over here, which is p less than 0.001. And you see all these negative values over here on the right side for effect size, which means one group really does not affect the other. Engineers like me are usually prone to looking at negative numbers and freaking out a little bit because we don't like to see negative values. But in this case, it's a good thing. So I'm happy that it's all negative, right? But also on the left over here, you see that there is a lot of tagging that's going on. We've added a lot more tagging over here in terms of consistency and length of participation and so on and so forth. And now Professor Douglas's work actually answers the question of, can you more effectively and fully describe what is going on within each of these groups? And in order to do that, they are trying to triangulate user behaviors based on a number of expected performance levels and motivation and so on and so forth. So they go out and collect a lot of data on basic demographics, prior experiences, learning goals, and they also develop some sort of understanding of what is the depth of understanding that a user is trying to achieve. The logic being that if you're a full-time person working full-time and you're trying to just learn something on the side, the depth of your involvement may be a little bit less, or if you desire a greater involvement, this means that you're going to exhibit certain characteristics. And we're trying to do some sort of correlation between this and what the clusters are showing. So we provide a tremendous amount of qualitative depth to our clustering specifications. This is work that we've already have a lot of stability on. But personalization of learning experience is still a challenge. The reason is that in open learning environments, people do not follow preset pathways. And therefore, optimization becomes really a problem. Then you ask the question, how do you optimize entire pathways when learner behavior is fairly unpredictable? In most learning contexts, there is an implicit assumption of linearity. When you think about your own courses, you think of gates in which a user has to pass through. You first have to do this, and once you're ready with this, you go to the next one, and this next one, and next one. So in your mind, it's actually a very linear path. The transaction is very linear in time, but the interaction of what happens within that time period is very non-linear, right? Because some people might choose to go through it in this fashion, where they go from one content piece to another, and they follow through the entire track. Another person might actually choose to do that, where they may skip lots of the pieces of content and choose which ones to do first. Or somebody else might actually have a lot of interleafing over here, where you see this back and forth going on, where this content labeled C2 is significant for that particular learner because they seem to have revisited it a lot. And if you really think about it for an entire course, this is how it looks for a single individual. There is all these nodes that represent content, and the links represent the flow pattern, and every link has an arrowhead pointing the direction of flow. And you can actually look through here, and this is data courtesy Boeing company. We purposely keep it as an engineering sort of no frills, no visual aid, no major visual aid kind of. We've not added any eye candy to this, right? But you see that you can actually track through, and you see that, regardless of how you may arrange your material, it seems like people do their own thing. And a better way to look at it is through another graph like this, where time is represented on the horizontal, top left corner to bottom right corner, right? But you see that you might actually, the block size represents total views in a given time period. And you see that content labeled 1.3 actually gets viewed way more than content labeled 1.1, which means that the sequencing of the linearity that you have in mind just fell apart. And there's all this content at the bottom right corner of the screen that nobody cares to look at, really. But you've just spent a ton of time creating this because you think it's important, right? It may be very well, but most people don't care about it. And if you actually take a different time segment between 30 to 60% of the course, you see different items, block sizes change, but this pattern of some content being not so heavily used, whereas non-sequential access of a different piece of content becomes really big, right? And you change it again from 60 to 100% of the course, you also start to see a lot of attrition because the relative box sizes have dropped quite a bit too, right? Now, if you really put all of this together over the entire period of the course, you see that there are some pieces of content in the left quadrant which are heavily accessed in a non-sequential manner, and there is also a whole bunch of content on the right bottom corner over here, which people really don't seem to care about. This is important for a company like Boeing or Microsoft or whatever else, because they have $100 times however many hours invested in all of this content, which nobody really cares to look at. Although people think it's important, somebody on the production floor essentially looks at all this and says, well, that's not really important to me, right? So now, if you really think about it, this notion of finding a critical path is very important, because based on this, you can basically say for a certain learner, items 1, 4, and 6 are not very important. Or for another learner, they may not even be ready to follow through this other part of the course. So they may need to go through some prerequisites before they can come in. So it varies by learner, topic, and time. And what we're trying to do now is this thing called critical edge sequencing, where every node is a content edge thickness, shows you the student flow at a given time point. And you see that this is a blank canvas, but out of all the content, the objects represented on screen here are the ones that are most accessed, and people flow through them. The thickness of the graph at different time points actually indicates how people flow through them, right? So it seems like at different time points, different nodes and different node combinations become important. So based on our analytics, you can start to think of a scenario where in a certain time of day, I'm just throwing this out there, it may not necessarily be the case on how you would actually end up with the final customization. But at a given point in the day, a certain track might be way more important because a certain shift is on, right? Or certain other tracks might be more important at other parts of the day because it's more theoretical learning. So you see here that, the thickness of some of these arches start to vary over time. So for example, here, this node, this length over here is used up a lot. And here you see it getting reconfigured with other things. So essentially, the reason why this is a big data problem is because that is the flow path for a few content objects. Ability on characterization, can you teach a machine to recognize these patterns so that they can act as some sort of an intelligence in the system, right? Now, this is pretty initial progress over here. If you think of a context like Netflix, they have something called a Netflix leaderboard of algorithms that work in making your movie recommendations or your next binge watching spree really nice. It so happens that every year they have this competition and they publish this leaderboard of the algorithms that work. In many of these contexts, you might think that this is like some really high-end algorithms doing their work, but in most of the contexts, it's a set of very simple algorithms strung together that actually play a role. And the essence of all of this is that the future will belong to those systems that achieve deep learning gains in their core platform. Deep learning is, as you know, a part of machine learning, where the machines sort of figure out how people learn in a very high context with some sort of a human supervision for sanity. And the platform sort of works in human-machine hybrid mode. And I showed you this particular track here before. If I asked you a very simple question of, can you tell me really quickly if a given learner is going to go into track 1 or track 2 or track 3, it's a very hard problem to actually solve. It's called the stickiness problem. And in this particular case, using a very simple technique called naive Bayes classifier, you see that about 45 clicks on a course or on any of the platforms will give you a 75% accuracy and increase the percentage of prediction and all of that. But machine learning algorithms are also really good at figuring out when they are wrong. And this accuracy count increases as you add more data, because they have more knowledge to draw upon and they can learn from it. So this is work that one of our students is just working on. Full pathway prediction is a real computational challenge, because you can probably predict 1 or 2 items, but beyond that, for items 5, 6, 7, and so on, it becomes really hard to do, because if you have a course with 100 content items, the number of potential pathways is something of the order of 9.33 e power 157. If you count that many numbers, it will take you 157 lifetimes to actually count it. So just that is the number of potential pathways for a single learner. Of course, now you use space reduction techniques to actually constrain the space a lot more. By the way, for those of you who are technically inclined, you might recognize this as a problem in Bayesian, where if you know what a person is doing at a given time point T4, can you make a prediction about what they will do in time T5? Which means that if you go on Amazon and if you've just bought a book, should they make you a recommendation for a handbag next is a question, right? So what is the pattern? And when you have a large amount of data, these things get uncannily accurate. Nobody knows why it works, but it works. So our example from the Boeing company, this is how their charts look. This is an unsorted graph. If you add some layering on top of this, you start to see that for certain learners, certain topics become important. And when you sort this further, the topics sort of band together. We are also looking at social interactions as a function of workload. On the bottom line is a typical aircraft production work line that they go through. It's the NASA gates that people are going through when they build aircrafts. And this is a chart where you can actually manipulate. This is a dashboard where people can go in and say, I'm a structural engineer. What am I doing at this time with this group? The reason why this is important is because the social aspect of it is very important for cost in a company. Boeing or other companies usually assign teams before the project even starts, but it so happens that certain expertise may not be needed on the team till a given point in time when that expertise becomes important, so you can reassign that person to another group working on a different product. So it's workforce optimization that goes on. And you can layer on top of it the clustering work that I pointed out, and inside Boeing, there's a lot that's going on in this. This is a typical video view behavior for people inside the Boeing company. Here you see that they start the video, pause it, and jump right over to seeing a transcript. So if you're preparing a course, there's some pedagogical value here to actually work on your transcript, because this pattern holds across multiple contexts. And it so happens that people actually really like to see the transcript. In fact, the pause behavior, play behavior, transcript view behavior, next sequence, that is how this thing goes. And the track widths sort of indicate to you some idea of how people behave. So in this talk, what I've essentially done is given you some sort of a view of what this whole big data learning analytics regime is all about. What are people working on? There is different aspects to it. I've not talked about textual mining, which you can actually go in and mine what people are doing and figure out what context and what topics are being discussed and make recommendations. I've not discussed all of that. That's probably for another talk. At this point, I'll just stop and take any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Krishna. That was really interesting. I think we all recognize that visualization with the video for sure. that got a flicker of recognition. Do we have any questions? Oh, one there. I'll bring the microphone.
I'm curious about whether you believe that this work might have implications for face-to-face teaching as well, even though, of course, we don't have the same depth of data about student behaviour on campus as we do online, but soon we will, because we're starting to use swipe cards in going in and out of the library, going into lectures and so on. So soon we might have comparable data sets, perhaps, and whether we might end up thinking that the way that we design face-to-face courses is completely wrong as well.
Yeah, thank you for the question. There is a lot of work on smart institutional systems where your whole campus is your test bed. In fact, I have a project funded by the US National Science Foundation that is looking at aggregating data across institution, combining that with not just performance data, but other data points like financial indicators, prior knowledge, students' work-life balance. There are people looking. I have to sort of preface this by saying that we have a person working on ethics on the project team. The biggest problem for machine learning is that machines don't have ethics. They reflect the ethics of your system. So the question becomes, should you make a recommendation? If so, when? And what are the time points in which you should let an error happen, right? So the more you go into data regimes where you're instrumenting your entire campus with credit card swipes or ID card swipes in buildings and so on. Here's a simple example that happened at Purdue where I put up my hand and said, no, this is wrong. people were starting to measure productivity based on your network presence on campus. So they were saying, oh, if you're present on campus only for 5 hours a week because your network logs show only that you're present on campus 5 hours a week. That's not true. What they did worse was they actually went ahead and said students for 10% longer a week actually tend to perform better on their courses, which is a fallacy because it's a correlation being linked to something that looks like cost. So if a student comes on campus and they sleep in the library for 20 hours, they're supposed to get a better grade because according to our correlation matrices, they are present on campus. Now, if a student has 5 devices, they have essentially increased their odds of getting an A by 5. So we have to really be very cautious on how you bring all of this data together, but it is purposely slow, in my opinion, because the logic that you design into the machines, you have to have this huge ethics, not to even open the problem of data security, right? If you know where somebody is on your campus at all times of the day, do you want that experience? Or do you want something else? It's a very philosophical question. It's not a technology question. The technology will do it, right? But should you do it? I don't know if I answered your question. There are data frameworks out there that essentially produce one of those places, and I'm actually on the advisory board screaming all stuff. So it's a very careful road that you have to walk. Otherwise, it's a pretty slippery slope there. Thank you.
Sorry, I've got a question from online here. I thought I'd just bring an online question in. Right. I'll read out the question as it says here. There's a bit of about 30-second lag for online, so hopefully at some point the question will come back when he starts to hear what your answer is. But so directly the question is, how sensitive are the predictions to the pedagogical design of a course? How many learners are needed to build models for a set pedagogical design?
Right. So this question sort of borders on the statistical problem of accuracy in these models. These models were designed, some of the algorithms were designed in the 1960s, right? And the big data regime was not really there. People were thinking about it. So the sensitivity of these algorithms to numbers starts to matter only when you get into machine learning components of it, not just the pure characterization piece of it. That being said, there are a lot of techniques that actually can boost your data strength, essentially. There's a technique called bootstrapping, where you assume that you have the universe of all data and then you sample with it with replacement, and there's ways to actually boost your data set. But there is a sort of a critical point at which some of these algorithms don't converge. For example, a very well-known analysis approach called item response theory assumes 10,000 users. That's still a lot, but you can cut down that requirement a lot if you actually bootstrap your data set. So there is a way in which you can do a lot with small amounts of data. The second question, how sensitive are they to the pedagogical approach? I think that there is a lot of sensitivity to the pedagogical approach itself, because if your content is just really boring and really bad, you will start to see a huge dip in how people access and use this content. However, what I will tell you is that particularly in the context of video data, there is a lot of evidence to show that pedagogy does not affect user behavior. If you have a video length of about 5.3 minutes, that is the max, regardless of what pedagogy you use. Beyond that, people just turn off. It's a cliff that the data falls off of at that point, and it is content agnostic and it's pedagogy agnostic. That is very, very well known in the literature. You can actually think of this as YouTube. It's the same behavior. Videos that grow above 5.3. I don't know why it's 5.3, but people know it's between 5.3 and 5.6 seconds, 5 minutes. When you go beyond that time range, your data does fall off a cliff. So there seems to be some components of a course where it's pedagogy agnostic. Now, we've not seen this in the context of videos embedded in a social conversation. What it does, Anyway, there is a lot of research around, I don't know if you guys know this thing called the Gangnam style video, the Gangnam song on YouTube, which is a really annoying song that becomes a earbug, which I'm not going to sing for you today.
We don't give a damn.
Yeah. This particular song actually made Google invent a new number type because it was so large, the viewership, that they had to go out and invent a new number type. The number was so large that a 32 or 64-bit machine couldn't hold the number in memory. So they had to invent a new data type, right? But even in that video, people who watched it several times averaged out to less than 5 minutes. The video is slightly longer. Anyways, so there is some pedagogical sensitivity, but in a lot of online content, pedagogy seems to be one component of the fact of the many variables, and in some cases, it does not seem to really impact how people behave. Now, you can ask me why that's the case. I don't know.
Any more questions?
I'm Paul Browning from the National STEM Centre. At the risk, a little later this morning, I'm giving a talk about whether facilitation impacts on learning behaviour. The data you were presenting was presumably for largely low-touch courses or content, where there wasn't an element of mentoring, and it was just peer-to-peer social learning, or what? Or have you looked at that area, and if so, what did you find?
So one of our instructors actually leads a very high-touch course. His name is Peter Brimmel. In his case, he actually engages a lot with the learners on interactions, dialogues, and so on online. The platform has some impact on all of this, of course. There is some research that you need to do to actually validate these models into a more socially rich context, and that is why we are partnering with FutureLearn on this. However, even in Peter's course, where he was really engaged and really the learners were having a lot of conversation among themselves, you do see these sort of clustering and all of those things happen. In the context of Boeing, it is a very socially rich class where people are not only just talking with each other, they're talking about design, what changes happen, what expertise get represented, and they also use interactive modeling software like Katya or other systems where we feed the data back into our analytics. So it seems like there is a lot of stability in what we are doing, but we are at maybe 50% of where we need to be in terms of really confirming a lot of these.
The characterizations of learner behavior that you showed us feels very familiar, even from a small couple of thousand learners on a single FutureLearn course. So I'm going to ask you a provocative question. Can personalization solve the problem of motivation?
Of what?
Well, you fed in that motivation is a key factor in those different characterizations. So what is your work suggesting personalization can do to address or meet the needs of less motivated learners?
Yeah, I think Professor Douglas may be a better person to talk about this particular piece. However, I will tell you that, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Kerry. It seems like what people say they are motivated by and what they do in online environments are two completely different things. There is motivation, and then there is action. And these two are not correlated. So yeah, you can go out and collect a lot of data on people's motivation as to why they participate. It does matter for sporadic learners because they say they want to use the course as a textbook, and that's the behavior you see. However, for the other bands, people say, I want to spend a lot of time and know everything about this course. They don't end up doing what they say they do. Because in all these environments, there is a notion of asynchronicity where life gets in the way of what happens in a course. Even on college campuses, the motivations, yeah, it's a lot of research, But when you actually look at what people do and what they say they're motivated by, they're totally different things. The self-reporting on motivation is a real problem. It's only part of the puzzle. Kerry, do you?
Yeah. I was just.
Maybe I can address it while we get the slide set up.
Okay.
Okay.
What you said is really good.
Yeah, well,
So
do we want to say thank you to
Okay.
That's Christian
Oh, yeah,
again?
you should be.
Yeah, I was going to say that segues really nicely. It's almost like we planned that, but it segues really nicely into Professor Kerry Douglas's talk. Kerry is focused, her research has been focused a lot on supporting high quality assessment practices, particularly with respect to STEM subjects. We're carrying on this theme of personalization because Kerry's going to be talking about developing a contextual evaluation framework for MOOCs. So I'll hand over to Kerry. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. I'm sort of known in my class for being terrible with these mic lapels. So we'll see how I do here for you if I can get this attached. But before I jump in, I want to just say about this issue of motivation. There are over 400 motivation theories. And not one has been found to be so superior empirically that we should all just join on it. Particularly in online learning environments, I've not been convinced of any one motivational theory. I'm an educational psychologist by training. So these are issues I think about a lot, and have started doing some studies looking at different motivational theories and things to explain. Something to keep in mind, though, is how many people on New Year's Day or sometime thereafter make a resolution, right? And how many of them actually stick with it. However, there have been technologies that have been interventions, such as we were discussing Fitbit, that with analytics and with personalization has been able to actually help people achieve their goals. So I think that some of these things, and your question is very provocative, but I think that area is wide open. So today I'm going to be speaking to you a little bit about our approach. First, I should say that up until this point, the last 4 years or so, our research has been in a different platform. They alluded that NanoHub was doing courses sort of pre the big MOOC. Prior to joining with edX, we had been, NanoHub had been offering courses on there. I was never particularly a fan of the approach because from a learning science perspective, I had already thought that we already know a talking head for a class of 500 isn't particularly effective. So why do we think when we joined edX, I thought, well, why do we think that now that we're broadcasting to 50,000 and with a talking head, why is this so effective? So I was particularly excited about the partnership with FutureLearn because I do feel that there is a very strong pedagogical foundation. And also I was very excited to join in the FLAN, realizing that many of the research that I had found to be helpful, that the authors of that work were in fact part of FLAN. And so I think that's part of the reason that you've been able to be so successful in your research base is because of the data policy with FutureLearn and that they make this so accessible to you. We spend $2,000 per course every time we want to study our own instructor data. So, all right, so okay. So, you know what? Something there didn't work. Okay. So MOOCs have presented major challenges to traditional educational evaluation and research, right? How do we make sense of what MOOCs are? Like, what's their worth overall? Like, it's one thing to be studying what's happened in any individual course, but as we think about them as being like the promises made, that they were supposed to be this disruptive force, it becomes sort of tricky, right? Like, how do we know exactly what the value of having a MOOC is? So in the literature, there's been quite a lot of discussion around how do we actually evaluate these. There's been a lot of conversation that maybe traditional metrics for course evaluation are inappropriate, that the completion rate as a metric is ill-informed. We know that this is a very open, that learners come in for a variety of reasons, and we can't expect them all to want to complete every aspect. And so in lieu of really suggestions of what does count as quality or what should be counted, a lot of what I have observed has been just basic reporting out on levels of enrollment and what that means in terms of engagement and things along those lines. Some have claimed or made statements that really the MOOCs should just be viewed more like a museum where just gaining access to an individual content is meaningful. So that's sort of been out there. My thought on it is that all of this discussion is sort of this red herring of, oh, is someone who's providing the MOOCs actually supposed to substantiate that learning is actually happening? And how do we know? Right? So there's all this conversation about, well, this is just the way they are. These are just the outcomes, instead of really being proactive and putting out, well, what should we expect? And what are the outcomes that we are desire that validate this? So you guys know that a red herring is basically something that detracts attention from the real issue, which from my perspective, the real issue here has to do with quality. It has to do with how do we know that we are, in fact, teaching in an effective manner. So the reality is that the majority of learners do not use MOOCs as they were designed to be used, right? So you know that myself and Krishna come from an engineering background. So this issue of design is always on our minds, that we designed for an end user and we design for use cases. And so when we think about it, you know, there is really little to no evidence that MOOC learning as a whole is particularly effective or efficient. Now, certainly, there's, as I started off saying, complimenting all the research that's been done. I think Mike Sharples just came in. I had a sharp statement to walk into. But as a whole, I mean, we don't have a lot of baselines for comparison, right? All we have is what we have. We can learn a lot about like particular interventions within the course level at pedagogicals, maybe like more instructor facilitation improves retention in a certain amount. But at the larger level, there's very little to substantiate that this is all that's needed. And along those same lines, institutions have very little evidence to justify their investments in MOOCs. So when we look at why institutions say that they want to provide MOOCs, and then we look at the actual evidence that they have that substantiates it, turns out there's very little to no evidence that the reason that they chose to do MOOCs, that they are investing hundreds of thousands of dollars, that they actually ever achieving what their true goal was for that. So in evaluation, a big question is like, who gets to decide what the criteria for evaluation is? Right? I mean, this is not a trivial question. So if we, so an example I have here is of this app store. It's a tornado guard. It's supposed to play a loud alert when there's a tornado, warning you that there's an alert in the area. And so you can see it gets a 4 out of 5 star rating, right? Oh my gosh, like maybe we should get this app. But if you look, the app didn't warn me about the tornado and they got a 1 star. But everybody else, oh great, you know, many alert choices, no crashes, right? So we have to have multiple forms of evidence, and we need to be really clear on what the criteria are. So then how do we go about evaluating MOOCs? And how do we know what matters? Well, evaluation fundamentals begin with assessing stakeholder needs and values and the context of the evaluand, which is truly understanding the learning environment and what's happening. And the stakeholder needs and values is particularly important in the MOOC environment because there are so many competing stakeholder values. It's very implicit, but the platforms have one thing in mind, and that is not always in line with what the institution wants, often not in line with what the individual instructor wants or what the learner would want. So with this understanding, our team has put out what we call the contextualized evaluation framework, and this is really to study the foundations of what evaluation should entail for MOOCs themselves or online learning more broadly. What we're saying is that an understanding of the stakeholders, and actually I would put in here platforms as well, because I think the platforms do have, influence on the course characteristics. But so an understanding of the stakeholders then would influence the course design, the pedagogical choices, and then when the learners themselves interact with those course characteristics, and we're going to see that in their behavior and their outcomes. And so the only way for us to truly understand and validly make inferences about learner behavior and learner outcomes is when we understand these other contextualized pieces. So I firmly believe that quality of any individual educational resource is a characteristic of both the content, the education itself, and the learner. It's not just having the best content, the best pedagogical approach. We have to have a true understanding of who that learner is and what they're wanting with that content. So as Krishna pointed out, I won't spend time here, this is his research. The learners are heterogeneous, right? Like this is an open access environment. People come in for a variety of reasons. We all know this. However, from this, and again, with the design perspective, there is no one size fits all educational model for online learning. And there are a lot of people who are interacting with our online models that do in completely different ways than how they were designed. So this kind of goes to my thought on when all you know, the old adage, when all you have is a hammer, right? So we sort of treat all of the students as a nail, right? Like, don't you know I have the strongest pedagogical approach and you need to talk to other people, right? Like if you're not engaging with others, there's a problem with you. Well, the majority of learners are not interacting at the level. So do we keep focused on them and keep saying, well, how can I make interventions to make you behave the way we think and we know is best for you? Or do we design for them in the use case that they want? And so a lot of, as you know, a lot of our research up to this point is coming from the X platforms with edX. But approximately 57 to 63% of learners at the onset of the course expressed intention to complete in all aspects. And the reality is less than 10% actually do. So I think, is it really fair to just assume that life gets in the way? Is that the reason that they drop out? Is that the reason that they don't fully engage? Is life is too busy? What do we really know about the learners themselves and what they want to achieve? So what we do is we look at these clusters that Krishna had shown you, and we start trying to understand what the differences are in these groups. And so looking at assessments, this is from a NanoHub course prior to being on edX. This is very highly technical engineering content. What we see is that this consistent viewer group, they don't take the assessments very often. So we see their mean overall 67, but that's sort of out there because very few of them took it. But these 2-week learners, look at that. Their mean on the second exam, they bombed it, right? We look at the 1-week learners, they didn't do so great on that first exam. So is it that life just got in the way? Maybe. Maybe they got into this course and realized that they ran over their heads. Maybe they got in the course and they realized they couldn't put the time into studying the materials to be successful. Right? These are all hypotheses. These are ways of interpreting it. Something certainly was going on. They were different in some way. Maybe they didn't have the prerequisite knowledge to realize that they could own the content, you know, or to be, to achieve well in the course. I want to know who takes the surveys, right? So the survey methodology that we've been using is we embed our surveys into the course content itself. And we've found that this actually encourages a higher response rate than when the instructor emails them directly and asks for survey response. So we actually get some people who take the survey that don't actually interact with the course in the live mode at all, which is sort of interesting. edX has courses in archive mode, so we can analyze all sorts of things in archive mode and what learners do. And so a lot of these, maybe they're popping in and out, but not during the live portion of the course. But what you should note here, or that what's worthwhile of noting, is that 28% of everyone who takes the surveys are in that fully engaged or consistently engaged. So we would say, like, these are really our like intended users of the course. So when we design it pedagogically, we have this in mind. And so about 28% of the survey takers fall into that. Another way to think about it is that over 50% of the fully engaged learners take the survey, where only 11% of the sporadic learners take the survey. So in terms of predictive power, and just straight regression, taking the survey is more predictive of being engaged in the course than anything else, even though others don't. So when I look at the research, and we've done some of our own, we didn't publish it because I honestly didn't think it was anything particularly insightful. The questions themselves in the survey and what they're able to predict really accounts for a very small percentage of the variance of behavior. A very small percentage, like we're talking like 8%, 11%. So is it statistically significant? Yes, lots of questions on the survey are statistically significant, but the amount that they're actually accounting for is very small. And I see this in papers published. So the difference between the courses and who takes it is statistically significant. So let's look at learners' backgrounds. This again is coming from a technical engineering MOOC. And not surprisingly, we see that a lot of our learners are well educated. But you know, I think slams on Access and MOOCs is a little bit unfair. Like in the case of NanoHub and Access, you have to have some prerequisite knowledge to even be ready for the information, right? It's a bachelor's degree or some STEM education background, you're gonna be totally lost in nanophotonics. I would be totally lost in nanophotonics. Yeah, maybe Krishna wouldn't be, but the rest of us in here, I think, might be lost with that. So let's think about this a little bit here. So in the fully engaged group, a good portion of them have bachelor's, master's, a fair number have PhDs. Let's take a look at our 2-week learner. We got a lot more bachelor's level here. We got a lot more in the 1 week as well. And look at a lot more, yeah, bachelor's here, less than bachelor's, I should say. So you see these distributions change based on the cluster group that they're in. These are statistically significant differences. So we asked the question, how much calculus have you had? Again, when we design something pedagogically, we have to have an understanding of what the learner knows before they come into the course, right? I mean, that's part of when you design the course and your learning outcomes, you have an assumption that what your learner already knows. There are prerequisite knowledge that they have to have. Well, on the course homepage, it had said that you needed to have had calculus and some of these other things. So sure enough, about 66% had had 2 or more semesters of a college level calculus. Then we asked the question, have you had differential equations? 85.5. So these were listed as prereqs. have you had prior courses in this area? 76% of learners overall said yes. And let's look at this on fully engaged at 1 week. You see how these shift? No's go up. So my point here on these slides, I think I'll keep making this over not to be like a broken wheel, is that the means don't mean much at a course level. Like we really have to dive into the latent groups that are present in these courses and to more effectively meet their learning needs. Okay, let's look at reasons and grade goals. All right, so very curious about nanoelectronics. Overall, 30%. Very interested, 52. Look at how the distribution changes. The fully engaged, they're curious, but over half of them are very interested. The consistent, the same way. 2 weeks, yes. At least to me, the 2-week learners are particularly interesting because they fully invest for a full 2 weeks and then they're gone. Like, why? 2 weeks is a long time to give to something, to be so fully vested and then just leave. So to me, like that's a point of a lot of potential for intervention. Let's figure out what's going on with these 2-weekers. They're very interested. You know, they're also curious. Okay, what describes your learning goal? This is a sort of interesting split. Right, we got 45% say they want a high grade. 45% of MOOC learners said they wanted a high grade. Let's think about that for a second. On a MOOC, on edX, what does it mean? Like completion of it, what does that mean? They want, 45% said they wanted a high grade. It's so interesting to me. 35% said they weren't concerned at all. Look at the fully engaged. Look, sporadic early on say, over 50% of sporadic say they're not concerned. Which, by the way, we're better at predicting sporadic users than the fully engaged. Okay, so intended use and time commitment. 57% say that they were going to engage in everything. That's me. I'm going to lose 10 pounds this year. All right. I got 10 pounds. What is that here? It's fine. Okay. I don't know if you mean if that means I'm going to give you my money. Like, no, I'm not giving 10 pounds away. Okay, so the fully engaged group identify, you know, like the majority of them. This graph didn't pop up great here for some reason on my slide, but over 50% said they were going to do all aspects. But look, the sporadic users, that distribution is a little bit better, right? Like, there's a little bit more realism happening. These consistent, the 2-week learners, they still, most of them still think that they're going to do it all. How much time do you plan to spend? 41 or 42% rather, or say they're going to spend about 3 to 6 hours, and 19% say they're going to do 6 to 9 hours. This varies by group. So I'm kind of shooting through this, but sort of in summary or in wrap up a little bit here, the behavior patterns do show distinct groups, and we're very curious to see what this means for a different pedagogical approach. And I think that's one reason to test some of these out on the FutureLearn platform to sort of see what can we learn about learners here and how do these things differ because of the pedagogical. All about the most engaged learners is that they typically, we have a very high sample of them, so we can learn a lot about them, right? That they typically have prerequisite knowledge needed to be successful in the course, that they also have intentions to fully participate and complete. As I mentioned before, the questions in our surveys and the traditional ones have pretty small predictive power at this point. And so one of the things I'm doing is constantly making some revisions and sort of testing out our survey itself, trying to get a more precise measure. So That's kind of an ongoing thing. Some factors that did not vary by group, I didn't show you the data on, but I'll just mention to you. Motivation, so we were looking at this sort of from a self-determination theory perspective of motivation, looking at intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. And it turns out it really didn't vary too much. The one thing that was interesting is that the 5 minutes. The one thing that was interesting was that the higher someone's intrinsic motivation, okay, personal motivation, the higher, the less likely they were to continue in the course, which is the complete opposite of what like a lot of motivational theorists say, oh, we want to really build internal, but we need something external to help keep people engaged, right? Like professional status did not change. We had learners that were engineers, students in all the categories. So learner metrics must be contextualized to provide meaningful information. And as I mentioned before, means don't mean anything in this environment because it's just so heterogeneous. This is open, anyone can reach it. So we have to understand more about these latent groups. Future research needs to examine how well these patterns and some of these findings hold to non-STEM courses and then also in different pedagogical approaches. And then from my perspective, evaluation and design are really two sides of the same coin. That how we evaluate should be based on what we designed for. And if we can't do that, then there's a pretty serious misalignment. So my kind of question out to the community or things is some soul searching, like who are MOOCs really designed for and who uses them? So in terms of this issue of engagement and participation, like we really don't know why this is what's happening. And we have very little empirical evidence to say why learners are engaged or not engaged and what happens along the way. So, but even if the majority of learners are just too busy to do this, it's still a design problem because we have a lot, from a business thought, we got a lot of learners who are doing something different that we could be making something different for them. Okay, so this work has been supported by the U.S. National Science Foundation. Thank you.
Thanks, Kerry. That's fantastic. I think we've all seen apps like that tornado out for sure. So do we have any questions from the floor?
Apologies for coming in late. It's really interesting, and as you say, means by no means tell you the full story. There's been some interesting work that FutureLearn has done internally. They've managed to contact people who dropped out of or not continued with courses and interviewed them. Around about 1,000 of them.
Oh, great.
To find out why. And over 90% of them, it can be summarized as, it's not you, it's me. So for all kinds, some of them really poignant personal reasons, you know, they've had to go back into hospital, their relatives died, all of those sorts of heartbreaking things. But also, just life gets in the way. And it's, you know, from their interviews, it was over 90%. There was 5% of the course was too difficult or it wasn't appropriate, and then another 5% of I didn't like the platform. But that, of course, was in the FutureLearn context of more arts-based courses, less STEM. So it would be really interesting now to see, you know, as you transfer over towards FutureLearn, what would be the corresponding experience with more, you know, your more hard STEM-related courses.
Yeah, thank you. That's good to know, for sure.
Any others? And I was interested in what you were saying about the 2-week learners and that statistical difference there, and you wanted to explore that a bit deeper. What are your plans to do that? Have you got any plans around looking at that group?
Well, I think that one is continuing to look at the assessments across. So these are coming from the highly technical engineering courses, right? So I think we're looking at, are there issues related to their prerequisite knowledge? The issues of, you know, how much calculus, you know, those sort of issues about their characteristics themselves. And then to see like if what they thought the course was going to be, if that was so clear. So those course characteristics of like were they really upfront and direct about what you needed to really learn this information? So I think there's a lot to dive into down there.
Thank you, Kerry. Oh,
Thanks. Hi, Kerry. Matt from FutureLearn.
Nice
So
to meet you.
this idea of a relationship between design and evaluation, I think, is quite poignant to me because my role is learning developer at FutureLearn, and I tried to have this on my radar. But I'm curious to know whether we should be evaluating the current designs and then try to reiterate, or whether we should be evaluating and saying that's nice where we are right now. We should do something really radical in the learning design space and evaluate that. I don't know if you have an opinion on whether we should be continue on the iterative cycle or try something completely different and try to bring that in, or I imagine you're going to say both.
Well, I couldn't make a decision for everyone, you know. To me, if they're not the same, there's a misalignment, and we need to decide what our values are and what we're really designing for. And that goes back to that soul searching of who are we really trying to teach here? Who are our intended users, and how are we designing for them? And it may be that there are multiple, like I see a lot of potential for multiple products because I just don't think there's a one size, and that's all the choice learners have. I mean, there's not all the choice, but I don't know, we can talk more about that. But I think that the information we're getting from the evaluation, if we're collecting the right information, then that should inform how we design.
we have one over here. I think this might have to be the last one.
Probably not a legal question because I have to apologise for coming in late too. But I wondered whether within the questions you've asked, whether you'd poked previous MOOC learning experience among your students, because, you know, a hunch would be that sometimes some of the behaviour is to do with a pattern developed, and, you know, we know that people cruise platforms, we know that they get interested in subjects but then test out a few MOOCs before they commit to anything, and I just missed whether that was an aspect that you'd explored with your data.
Yeah, so I shared just a snippet of some of the questions that we've asked, and we've had iterations of the survey as we're trying to figure out what's going to give us the best information or the most sensitive measures. In the past, I have looked at how many MOOCs you've taken, and I'm aware of other research that have looked at similar things. And there's been sort of conflicting results there where what you're like, the more MOOCs that you've taken, the more likely you are to pop in and out. And so we have seen that, but it's also that can vary by platform. So I saw one where I read one research paper where they had looked at it specifically in a Coursera context, and their committed Coursera learners actually, they were more like, that didn't hold for them. So the number, yes, if you took a lot of MOOCs, then you were going to go out, but taking a lot of MOOCs specific with that one platform. So I think it's sort of nuanced.
Thank you. Thank you, Kerry. Do we want to say thank you again? Okay, so we're going to break for some refreshments, which will be in the main room. If you've arrived late and not had a chance to register, I should remind you that you can do that in there. And Stephen and Alison, can you stand up so that people know who to go to? They'll be there. And also, if you have come in late and you do need a taxi, there's a form in there. Stephen will kill me if I don't keep reminding people about this. And you just put in what you want and the hotel will arrange that. Okay, so we'll be back at 11:15. Okay, so if you're online, you can go and have champagne or whatever you have. Bye-bye.
Hello. Hello. Hi, everyone. Oops. Can you... Okay. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. This. Okay. I switched off the YouTube because I can see there is a backlog.
We'll crack on. Really building on that fantastic start from Krishna and Kerry, and I'd like to introduce Professor Judith his talk. Judith is a professor of statistics here at Lancaster. She's renowned for her work on second language acquisition and teaching, and has produced one of our MOOCs on dyslexia. She is successful. And she'll be talking about the impact MOOCs have had on attitudes about practices. So over to you, Julia.
Okay, well, yes, welcome everybody. I have switched off the online streaming, so I don't know if you can, oh, you can see me. Okay, good. So welcome everyone, and it's been really fascinating to listen to the previous talks, especially Kerry's talk on evaluation, because my presentation is also going to be about the question, how can we ascertain that our MOOC is successful, and how can we assess the impact of our online teaching on a MOOC in terms of making a difference in the behavior, practices, attitudes of our participants. For this presentation, I will talk about something that I would call an action research. I was researching my own MOOC, which is a MOOC on dyslexia and language teaching. And it aims to foster inclusive language teaching practices, and it aims to promote equal access to language education. The course is designed for teachers of languages primarily, so it's mostly my participants are teachers of English as a second or foreign or additional language, and teachers of modern foreign languages. But also in my course, I have some dyslexic students themselves, and also some parents of dyslexic students. Now, the question is, you know, when you are the educator and you don't have a lot of resources or a funded project to sponsor your research, what can you do to assess the impact of your course? You could, of course, look at learning outcomes and maybe test performances, but that's not really relevant in my case, because this course doesn't really aim to transmit any kind of factual knowledge. It aims to enhance teaching practice. So it's not even, you know, how to teach to program a specific robot or enhance, you know, technological production in some way or another. It is, you know, I'm looking at changes in something very complex human behavior, which is teaching. And of course, you know, I could go in and observe what teachers do after they have completed the course in the classroom, whether that has made any practice in what they are actually doing in the class. But again, that would be very difficult to carry out. So what I have decided to do is to search for what predicts teachers' behavior in a classroom. What are the antecedents of a successful teaching practice? And teaching literature on teacher behavior and on teacher education has identified 3 key factors that can influence how a teacher behaves in a classroom and how a teacher applies inclusive teaching practices. And these are attitudes to a particular teaching problem, and in our case, this is how to apply inclusive teaching practices. Concerns that the teachers might have about how successful they are in applying their teaching methods to the context, and their own abilities, how well they can cope with this challenging situation. So this is why I have decided to look at attitudes, beliefs, and concerns in and how they change across a course. So let me tell you a little bit about inclusive teaching practices. Inclusion, as I said before, aims to promote equal access to high quality education, to create supportive learning environment, to remove barriers in the educational context, and to eliminate prejudice and discrimination. But it's not easy to implement inclusive teaching practices, especially in contexts where, for example, very little support is available. And we also know that teachers' beliefs, that is what they believe about inclusion, learning difficulties, special educational needs, their knowledge, and also their skills to apply inclusive practices, very strongly influence their willingness and ability to employ inclusive practices in the classroom. We also know that teachers might have positive attitudes towards inclusion, but they might have significant concerns whether they are able to implement these inclusive practices and whether inclusive practices, for example, are going to be helpful for all the learners, or whether they are going to disadvantage students who are, let's say, particularly gifted and they can't progress as fast as they would if there are students in the classroom who have special educational needs. And we also know from previous research, which I will show you in a moment, that there is very limited training available at the moment in teacher education on inclusive practices. So this is very briefly the kind of theoretical background that my small-scale study rested on. So we know also that initial teacher training schemes and continuing professional development programs play a key role in modifying the instructional potential of teachers and shaping the way they teach. But, and here comes the big but, teachers report that they lack sufficient understanding of the nature of dyslexia, the learning difficulties in general, and if we want to broaden it more broadly, specific education, special educational needs, and the difficulties these cause in foreign language learning, but also in learning first language literacy skills. As we speak right now, I'm teaching the 3rd run of our course, and I'm still surprised that every time a person introduces themselves, they would say how much there is this information lacking in their own teacher training. And we now, this year, I have also noticed that we have a lot of students who are actually training to be teachers, and they are taking this course alongside with their own training courses, saying that there is an absolute need for this and it's lacking in all other teaching training courses. And we have done some systematic research in the 2 projects that you can see the logos of, which were European Union funded projects, and they established this need. And actually that's, I think, the the fact that this course feels a very specific need in a very specific area, which is language teacher education. I think that's one of the causes for the relative success of this MOOC, because we have carried out careful nasal analysis, something that Carrie also mentioned in her presentation, that we very often lack a good understanding of what our students would need. We did carry out this work, and we have information on what they would need. So that's why we have managed to attract relatively large numbers of students, and what our course has been also quite successful in, that we have managed to retain these students. So the study that I have conducted had 3 aims, and I investigated these aims using a quantitative research design, namely surveys. And we know that questionnaires have their own limitations, and as Carrie said, means are not necessarily very, very informative. But I still believe that we can have some initial insights into what a massive open online learning course can and cannot achieve. So my first research question was how attitudes to inclusion and self-efficacy beliefs, which are self-efficacy beliefs are essentially self-confidence related beliefs, and concerns regarding inclusive language teaching change in our massive open online learning course. Then the second question is, how is course participation related to post-course attitudes, self-efficacy beliefs, and concerns? So in other words, whether students who participate more, would their course attitudes and self-efficacy beliefs increase more than those who don't participate so actively? And then finally, how previous training and knowledge are related to pre- and post-course attitudes, self-efficacy beliefs, and concerns. And we asked this question in order to see whether the course is useful equally for those who have some knowledge already and those who have no such pre-existing knowledge. So just a few words about the course itself. It's run on FutureLearn, and we are in the 3rd run of the course, and this research was conducted after the 2nd run of the course. This is a relatively maybe not short, maybe it's kind of the moderate medium length course for modules, 4 weeks, and we provide mentoring on the course. Actually, mentoring is quite intensive on that course. The course covers 4 questions over 4 weeks. The first one is, what is dyslexia and what are specific learning differences? The second, how do they affect the learning of additional languages? In week 3, we discuss inclusion in the language classroom, and in week 4, specific language teaching techniques for dyslexic learners. And the course is kind of self-explanatory. It's delivered entirely online, and we have video lectures, interviews with experts. We also include teaching demonstrations that we video recorded so that teachers actually show how to use some of the tasks. We have written input in terms of book chapters, short text, and we set our participants some tasks to do, and there is discussion forums where they can discuss specific issues and interact with us and the mentors. We provide mentoring for 4 weeks with a relatively elaborate mentoring system, with the mentor being on duty 6 to 8 hours a day, monitoring the discussion and trying to answer questions and kind of also address some of the misbeliefs or popular theories about dyslexia, because we don't want to propagate them further. So the participants of this research were from a pool of the 8,000 learners, 9,000 active learners. And out of these, we managed to gain answers from 1,000 students in the pre-course survey and 752 in the post-course survey. You can see the distribution as in the teaching profession. Most of our participants were female. The teaching area where they worked was mostly primary and secondary education, some teachers from special education, and about 15 to 20% in higher education, and some were not working in any specific educational sector that we specified in the questionnaire, but in some other educational sectors. The participants mainly taught English as an additional language, which is the green in this pie chart, and again a substantial proportion of the participants taught modern foreign languages, French, Spanish, Italian, etc. And we also had participants who taught other subjects, general needs coordinators in their schools. This chart shows that most of our participants were very highly educated. 40% of them had master's degree, another 40 a bachelor's degree, and a very small proportion was only held a secondary school leaving certificate. In terms of previous knowledge, what you can see in these slides is that most teachers have previous experience working with dyslexic students, but they do not have any initial training in this area. And on the other side of the slide, you can see what knowledge the participants had of dyslexia. This is kind of self-reported knowledge before the course. And most of the participants kind of assess their knowledge of dyslexia being on the average level, and very few confessed they had very good understanding of what dyslexia is. And a large number of the participants said that they had they had poor knowledge of dyslexia. There were very few people who had none at all. The instrument was a questionnaire survey, which had 27 items, so it was a short questionnaire. Again, it was important not to have a very long questionnaire because participants wouldn't answer it. We based it on an existing questionnaire, and we asked about biographical information, age, gender, education, and we also asked them about participation. So this is again self-reported participation, what percentage of the tasks they did, what number of the units they have completed, and how many comments and replies they have posted. And I will talk about the procedures in a moment and why we had to do this. We had three main scales in this research. One was attitudes to inclusion, which had 3 items. And then self-efficacy beliefs relating to inclusion. It had a longer scale, 6 items, and concerns about inclusion, 5 items. And we did all the statistical analysis, and they had good indices, so they were measuring relatively reliably what we intended them to measure. So the procedures, because this was more or less a self-initiated research, when we conducted it for the first and second time, SurveyMonkey for this, and we sent a link to it in the pre-course email and provided the link in the first step of the course, so that participants could fill it in. We closed the survey at the end of week 1, and then we reopened another survey, the post-course week 4. Again, the link to it was provided in the email and in the relevant step, and we closed it 1 week after the course finished. Now, what it allowed us to do is to have 2 groups, one group that completed the pre-course survey, and another group which completed the post-course survey. What it didn't allow us to do is to link the answers given in the 2 administrations. which is something we are now very very grateful to them for the help of FutureLearn, because now we will be able to do it in a more sophisticated way, and we will be able to match the answers in the pre-course survey and the post-course survey, and we'll actually be able to also match it with the activity, actual activity, not just the self-reported activity of the participants, but that's what it was available for us at the moment when we were doing this research. So what did we find in our study? One of the most encouraging findings is the red bar in the very middle of this slide, which is the self-efficacy scale. As you can see, teachers' self-efficacy, that is their self-confidence to be able to apply inclusive language teaching practices, has increased considerably by the end of the course. And we were very happy to see this because that was one of our main aims, so to empower teachers to believe that they can apply inclusive language teaching practices. And this difference was statistically significant, and its effect size was large, meaning that what we are seeing here is really a meaningful difference. If you look at the other two bars on the other side, on the other two sides of the self-efficacy scale, you can see that there have been changes in attitudes to inclusion and changes in concerns as well, but the changes are much smaller. As again, Carrie has said, in these large numbers, small differences can be significant. Both of these differences are significant, but the effect size is smaller. For attitudes, you can see that we were working with teachers who already had very high and positive attitudes. And for concerns, you can see that actually, even this should be seen in a so a high value on the concern scale means that they are not so concerned, and the low value means that they are very highly concerned. So actually we have teachers from the start who were not overly concerned about their ability to be able to apply inclusive practices in their classrooms. So in certain ways, we were working with teachers who had positive attitudes already and who didn't have a lot of concerns, but they didn't believe in themselves to be able to apply these practices successfully. And the course was effective in changing this belief, and we were very happy to see that. Now, when we looked at the effect of course participation, remember that we are talking about self-reported course participation here. And I also must confess that because the link was sent out in week 4 and it was embedded in week 4, we had more participants who got to week 4, obviously. So they were more, those who responded to our post-course survey were the more devoted learners. Nonetheless, we can find that course participation had no significant effect on attitudes. They were just as positive regardless of how much they participated. But self-efficacy, their self-confidence, was related to the number of tasks the participants completed, and those who completed more tasks showed higher self-efficacy. Which, of course, it's not a causation, as we were reminded also in the first presentation, but at least we see some relationship between participation and self-efficacy. Concerns, again, were significantly related to participation, and within participation to the number of replies the students posted. So those who posted no reply, they showed more concerns than those who posted 1 to 5 replies. Again, it can mean that either those who were very concerned, they didn't post any replies because they were not confident enough, or being able to post replies actually helped people to voice their concern and overcome some of these concerns. We don't know. That's the nature of this kind of research. We were also interested in, as I said in earlier, to what extent a MOOC can compensate for the effects of existing knowledge. And what we were hoping to find is that at the beginning of the course, obviously previous knowledge is important in predicting attitudes and self-efficacy beliefs. But by the end of the course, this effect is going to disappear. Our hopes were not confirmed by the results. In the pre-course survey, in attitudes, again, we had found no effect of existing knowledge and previous experience. For concerns, we found that participants who had no experience of working with dyslexic students and had less knowledge were significantly more concerned. And participants who had no initial training, no experience and less knowledge, they were less confident in their abilities. And actually, less knowledge was a very important predictor of self-efficacy. As you can see, 1.5 standard deviation difference in self-efficacy is quite large. So previous knowledge plays a very important role in what teachers believe about themselves in terms of their abilities to address the needs of students with special needs. Now, what happened in the post-course survey is attitudes remained non-significant predictors. For the previous knowledge and training, attitudes were not predicted by these factors. We were very happy to see that at the end of the course, previous knowledge did not play a role in concerns anymore. But for self-efficacy beliefs, the effect of previous training and existing knowledge remained, and they remain significant predictors of what teachers believe about their abilities to address their students' needs. So just to summarize, our course, which was a teacher training course targeted at a very specific need in the teacher training profession, seemed to contribute to increases in attitudes and self-efficacy beliefs. And it reduced concerns and anxiety related to inclusion. Participation in the course was moderately strongly related to post-course self-efficacy beliefs and concerns relating to inclusive practices. And the effect of previous training and experience still remains significant in the post-course survey. So in a way, I was happy to see, or we were happy to see, that online courses with minimal instructional guidance, we do have mentoring, but it's still not the same as a face-to-face workshop, for example, can be effective in raising teacher self-efficacy beliefs and lowering their anxiety about inclusion. But they do not eliminate the effects of previous training and experience. And so we would probably conclude that yes, the MOOC is very helpful for awareness raising, for introducing teachers to the concepts of learning difficulties and trying to encourage them to apply inclusive practices in their classroom, but probably additional face-to-face courses, workshop, more classroom experience as they are doing the course, and allowing them to reflect on their experiences would be helpful. So thank you very much for your attention. And I think I can leave the room open for questions.
Thank you, Judith. Do we have any questions from the floor?
Thank you, Judith, for that presentation. It was very interesting. My question regards the nature of the learners. I mean, where do they come from? Because, based on our MOOC of understanding language, that's perhaps a similar target students that we had lots of language teachers, English as a foreign language, and students themselves came from many places across the world. So it wouldn't be surprising that the initial teaching training across the world varies, because awareness of dyslexia will be very different from country to country. So I just wanted to see if you had any insight about that, the location of the learner, where they come from, as a factor in their awareness of the disability. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Unfortunately, I don't have any kind of scientific evidence for this. We didn't ask in the survey where the teachers came from. What we know from our previous survey in Europe is that in Europe there is very little training. And what I know from reading the posts of our participants now for 3 years, we've got a lot of participants from South America, Argentina, Brasilia. There is very little training in that part of the continent, but we have even participants from the US and Australia, and they also say that there is very little training on this. And we have English language teachers who are trained in different certificate and diploma programs by providers, for example, Cambridge Assessment. And they include very little about inclusion in their language teacher training too.
Hi, Edith. Thank you very much for that talk. It's really interesting to see somebody finding attitudinal changes, learning changes from beginning to end of the MOOC, because we haven't seen very much work, I don't think, in that area. I wondered if on the basis of your work you'd made any changes to the MOOC, or if you'd felt it's working fine. I'm happy with that.
Okay, well, I haven't made any changes to the MOOC at the moment because I mean, the data is too coarse, I would say, to make any pedagogical changes or decisions based on it at the moment. I think I would need much more qualitative data in terms of what else I could include to help teachers to gain more self-efficacy and more skills in dealing with inclusion. All I have to go by at the moment is their kind of feedback or comments they leave in the very last unit of the MOOC. But we are reevaluating the MOOC every year and looking at what smaller changes can be made, and we are implementing some smaller changes, but it's not really based on this research, but more like the content analysis of the students' comments themselves.
Okay, thank you, Judy. I think we'll have to call it an end there for that, but if you'd like to say thank you to Judy again, that's fantastic. Okay, thank you. The wonders of technology. We're back in the room now, and we're back with Paul Browning, who is from the National STEM Learning Centre at York University. It used to be University of York when I was there, but it's now York University, but we've allowed him in. And, the STEM Learning Centre, they support a national STEM network and projects related to STEM research. And Paul is asking an interesting question. Does facilitation influence learner retention? So I don't really know. So hopefully you might be able to tell me. Over to you, Paul. Thank you.
Just checking level there. Is that coming through okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry to disappoint, but I'm going to, I don't have hard answers in this area, but I am looking to mine the experience that's sitting in the room and possibly remotely also. So since the Order of Ceremonies was put together, Matt Cornutt's name has been added to the presentation. Matt joins me at the National STEM Learning Centre. In June, I retire, and Matt's going to pick up the reins. Matt was unable to arrive at this FLAN session, but he hopes to attend future FLAN sessions. So I encourage you to get to know Matt in the future. And in case, as I probably will, I run out of time, let me just acknowledge and thank the role of FLAN in terms of getting me up and running in my sort of 2 or 3 year career involved with FutureLearn and MOOCs. I've really greatly valued these sessions and the all-important interactions that happen between meetings as a result of the contacts that you make. So keep up the good work, FLAN. Now, somewhere around here, I've got a clicker. If I press the right button. Yeah, so not so much a presentation, unfortunately, for in terms of the question that Steve was hoping to get answered, more of a set of not yet answered, or indeed maybe unanswerable questions. So do interrupt and chip in as we go along, because we need the input. So essentially, again, in case I run out of time, as I probably will, the short version of this talk is, it's not at all obvious from the data that we have collected so far that facilitation does influence learner retention. And it turns out there's multiple factors at work, and this may not be a surprise. We need a bigger data set. In particular, we need more course runs so that we can spot trends. I also realized after I'd submitted the proposal for a talk that really the talk I meant to give is about whether facilitation influences within run learner retention, because there's a lot of qualitative data that suggests that good facilitation builds reputation. And so good facilitation, whilst the numerical evidence might not be there for facilitation improving learner retention, it probably is a very useful lever in terms of longer term recruitment, especially if you're running a suite of MOOCs in the shape of a program. So we're not sure. So actually, I'll just poll the people in the room. What do you think? Put your hands up if you think facilitation improves learner retention. Okay, thank you. So it's kind of like motherhood and apple pie. How many of those hands that have just gone up would have quantitative evidence to support that? Ah, interesting. Can we talk at those? Okay, great. And how many of you, again, everybody in the room, how many of you, and this sort of is a follow-on from my question to Krishna earlier, how many of you are actually delivering overtly low or no facilitation courses at the moment? If you have one or more courses in that category, put your hands up. Yeah, can we talk at lunchtime too? Right, great. Because that's the kind of the point we're getting to, is should we, doing good facilitation doesn't come without a cost. And the question is, if you've got limited resources, how best to use that resource that would have gone towards facilitation. And the sort of corollary of that is, what are the consequences of doing no or low facilitation courses? So just a little bit of background. The National STEM Centre, and in a way this is continues the theme that Judith just provided. We're about delivering continuing professional development to pre-university teachers and technicians. We call ourselves the National STEM Centre because we're all about the STEM subjects about which we've heard quite a bit this morning, but actually the suite of courses that I'm going to tell you about are more about the generic skills that any teacher would need to survive in the classroom. We have a swanky building in New York where the sun always shines, and we've been at this since the tail end of 2004. We've piloted some MOOCs and some SPOCs, small private online courses, on a variety of platforms. Behavior for Learning originally ran on Canvas Network. Assessment for Learning, we partnered with Leeds. That ran on FutureLearn. We're going to drill down in a second into some of the experiences from the Assessment for Learning course. A year or so later, we became a specialist organization, which gave us this contractual obligation to create some new courses. We were able to migrate the Behavior for Learning course from Canvas to give us one new course, and we created Differentiating for Learning, DFL, from scratch. And those three courses became part of the STEM teaching program. And since then, we've rehoused teaching computing from the University of East Anglia, and we're experimenting with the invite-only courses also on the STEM platform. For autumn, later this year, we intend to deliver a new program which will actually be STEM subject specific, delivering practical science, biology, chemistry, maths in the 14 to 16 classroom. So that's kind of where we are and where we're going in the short term. So that's our suite of courses, and DFL, AFL, BFL make up the STEM teaching program. We've run DFL twice. AFL we've run 4 times. BFL is now in its 5th run as I speak, but the first 3 were on the Canvas Network platform, and the data is different. Ditto teaching computing, that's run 4 times, but we don't have access to UEA's first 3 runs. So our best data set is inside AFL, okay, where we've got four runs. So, back to the plot. Life for us is all about CPD units, and I'll explain in a moment what a CPD unit means for us. But it's effectively a measure of ultimately of impact, and that's what our funders hold us to account for. What sort of impact are your activities at the National STEM Learning Centre having on UK teachers? As we've already noted, providing high quality facilitation doesn't come without a cost. And so we thought it was about time to have a look at the data to see if there was clear evidence that one form of facilitation worked more effectively than other forms, perhaps. So I'm hoping to make that final bullet point about what happened to the Southampton initiative. Is Adriana? Hi. We will talk at lunchtime. At the meeting I attended in Glasgow, there was this proposal described for a kind of MOOC data repository. And I'm really keen to know where that's got to, because I think that could be really useful to us. And by us, I mean the whole community right now. Okay, so what's a CPD unit? It's something that got invented as far as our organisation was concerned to measure, when we were working predominantly in in a face-to-face mode, because that's really what we started off life doing. Our journey into the online is a relatively recent thing, and to try and quantify how much CPD we were delivering, we erected the CPD unit, and crudely, it's a day's worth of CPD, five hours worth of face-to-face. It hasn't always been the case, but we now have internal parity between face-to-face CPD units and online CPD units. They're both worth the same. So if we've got a 5-week course of 3 hours a week, which is effectively 15 hours, that's, when divided by 5, gives you 3 CPD units. So you complete a 5-week behaviour for learning course, for example, that's worth to us, in terms of reporting to our funders, 3 CPD units. Now, of course, not everybody, in fact, only 10%, as is well known, ever stay the course. And so the question was, how do we actually quantify those people that only got to the end of week 1, got to the end of week 2? And the approach we've adopted is to take the STEP activity data. And so what we've got here is a plot of the number of unique learners that have reached a particular course STEP, and that's plotted against course STEP. And essentially what we're doing is integrating the area under the curve, and that's the totality of the CPD units that that particular course run has delivered. And we take these relatively big numbers, but refactor them downwards to allow for our best estimate of how many of those learners were UK-based, and of those, how many of those were teachers. And so it's just basically arithmetic. So I failed because despite the fact I'm about to retire, I still retain the work habits of a first-year student, and I leave preparing the presentation too late. So I ran out of time at about 10:30 last night. So try and retain and hold in your minds these axis labels, course steps along the x-axis, unique learner visits per step for the y-axis, because you'll see these graphs again and again over the next 15 minutes or so. So I started to describe there in these footnotes where this data is coming from. How many of you actually in the room actually get this close to the FutureLearn data? How many of you can access and download the step activity download? About a third. Okay, right. Okay, so I'll try and weight my commentary. So for you guys are going to be a bit bored, I think. The rest of you are going to be really puzzled. Okay, so, and before we start looking at any more data, I suppose we ought to reflect on just what does this F word mean. I've only just thought of that joke, actually. Is a kind of a spectrum of activities, and starting to think about them, it's probably not, it hasn't got 2 ends, it's probably got at least 3 apices. But rather than try and draw a sexy diagram showing that, I just and just listed them. But essentially, the first thing we think about when we think facilitation is the course support team, which in FutureLearn terms are they're given a role, aren't they? Educator, mentor, host. We won't get into an argument about, or a discussion at least, about what those terms mean to learners when they see them as a little label by somebody's name. But we try and instill in our course support team that these the facilitators occupying those different roles should have different voices, crudely expert, coach, and friend. I know host is meant to be kind of technical support thing, but we've recycled that term with FutureLearn guidance to include a new venture of ours, which we use the label, the role host for peer mentors. Peer mentors are mentors that we recruited. They're alumni. We recruit them from previous runs of the course. Okay, we had a very successful experiment, I think, with the fourth run of the AFL course, which we're just in the process of repeating with the fifth run of the BFL course, using peer mentors that we've never met. And it's great, actually. It's great. So, but there's other forms of facilitation which typically don't actually happen on the platform. They happen off platform because as part of the underwriting pedagogical basis of a FutureLearn course, if I remember the University of York's induction, it's all about creating the illusion of educator presence. And so Q&A sessions, and more recently we've added hat tip to Monash University. I heard about these at the January partner meeting at BAFTA, not inappropriately. So we have our own lovies that now do, they're mentors rather than educators in the Monash case, doing video diaries, and we do also trying our hand at premium pay-for webinars, course notices, weekly emails, or more frequent emails, are also part of the whole facilitation game, as indeed is social media. I don't have time enough to talk about herding, so let's move on. So this is where you get the data. Everything I'm going to show you derives from step activity download, the team member download, and I'm using Excel and pivot tables, and I'm about to die of repetitive strain injury. I know there are better ways of doing this, and if somebody's already doing it, please share. So I wanted to be able to tell my mum, because she asked me once, what's this big data malarkey? And I was saying, oh, yeah, I'm doing big data. These are actually the biggest data sets I've used, in that some of them have in excess of 10,000 rows. When you download the step activity data for a course with something like 10,000 enrollments, 5,000 active learners, you can expect, is my guess, but I'm not sure, and this is part of the riddle, how does our data compare with everybody else's partner data? And in an attempt to seed that dialogue, I'm showing ours. We'd be very interested to hear from anybody who's interested in sharing theirs. And we've had a couple of conversations with partner A and partner B, and they've shared their data too, and I've whacked it on this graph. So this is really the first point. This is the absolute data, and it shows what we all know, that the engagement decreases with time. But the important thing, of course, is that depending on the course, you will have a different starting point on step 1.1. So how do you compare course runs and indeed courses? And I adopted this normalization approach, whereby I just choose, in this case, it was the second run of the AFL course, namely, because it was highest. No, it wasn't. It was second highest. And I just ratioed, as far as the first step of the course, I just took these values and ratioed them so they all superimposed on the same point. And then I applied that same ratio to all the other data, so I could get that family of curves. So really, that's what we've done. We've seen that there's a lot of variation between courses. No surprise there. If we drill down and look at this normalized view where all the courses start at the same point, we see there's a lot of fine structure. There's gaps because not all courses have the same number of steps. You get wacky things like this, which are interesting, and indeed have an explanation. But probably the overriding message as far as the National STEM Centre was that our courses, that's these in the bright colours, tend to occupy happily the top set of curves, whereas these ones down here, which Excel chooses you a sort of turdy sort of colour as you work your way through the colour palette. They're not as retentive. Now, so really that's point number one. But we are comparing apples and oranges, and I have some residual doubts about whether the normalization approach is valid. Is it generating any sort of artifacts that might mislead me? Might mislead me? Don't know. But there's probably people in the room with a stats background who can tell me if they are. The other thing is that this acts like a time axis, but it's not. It's a course progression axis. So the people arriving who only got this far, got that far at different times. Okay, so you don't want to be misled by that. Anyway, at the first level, it was a pleasing result. But we were comparing courses with other courses. If you start to ask the question, what's controlling retention, you really want to compare like with like. And so this is why we decided the obvious thing to do was then just to look at the AFL data, the assessment for learning data, for which we had the biggest data set for 4 runs, 2 which ran in 15-16, 2 which ran in 16-17, and so just focusing on those by way of conclusion, what do we see? Well, we see, actually, this is, I think, whether it's the 0th or the first universal MOOC law, but basically, with time, the number of people starting on a MOOC run decreases. So we see that observation confirmed. We see, however, that, and that sequence, those colors, yellow, gray, whatever, rust, blue, reflect the version numbers. But even for the absolute data, we see crossover points, okay, in these curves. That must say, mustn't it, that you're getting better retention, and those crossover points kind of collapse on each other on the normalized plot, but even down here you see a new crossover point. That must be telling you there's something different happening on that particular course run. And what are these influencing factors? Well, we've kind of hummed and hard about this. I should have said that the AFL data set, we filtered it to only include the 6 weeks when the course was live. So there's no testing step activity there, and there's no post week 6 extended availability activity happening. We've removed all the footprints of the course support team, so we're just looking at the learning data. And I think the point to conclude on is that we're not really sure what the controlling factors are because they're multiple, but we've kind of reproduced the results shown by two studies we've been made aware of. Ho et al. Looking at the edX courses found similar sorts of patterns in their data, and probably the slide to conclude on is that Ho in a later paper, 2015, put up this plot which shows that for successive runs of courses, they decline, okay, but they stabilize after run 2 or run 3, okay. So they established hypothesis. However, having talked to a number of other FutureLearn partners, one of them is sufficiently confident to say that they can't actually Ho et al. Findings, and that the level of enrollment continues to drop with successive versions to a point after 7 or 8 runs where essentially that course is dead in the water unless the demographic changes. You've now found an answer to the question that I've been asking for 3 years: is what is the life cycle of a MOOC? So on that point, I'll close. Thanks, Steve.
Okay, has anyone got any questions for Paul?
Hi, Paul. One of my doctoral students has been looking at retention over runs of the MOOC, and she's definitely seen the same decline over time and being able to look at the life cycle of particular MOOCs. Another thing she has found is that retention can be completely external events. So if there happens to be a news item relating to something in your MOOC that brings people in, but they don't necessarily want to stay. We've also had MOOCs where I think have come wanting to join a MOOC which hasn't yet started and have looked around for a sort of similar MOOC, and then have thought, oh no, it's not at all what I want, and so that has made them drop out. So I don't think all the retention factors can be found by looking at your MOOC. In terms of looking at facilitation, I did an evaluation of the first 12 runs of MOOCs that we did at the Open University, and I looked at the facilitation. One of the questions we had in our survey was about, did you find the facilitators very active, not active? And that staff comments, educator comments, need to be at least 4% of the comments in the MOOC before the people saying they're very active out as a percentage outnumber the people who didn't notice them at all.
Yeah, and I think
so. You've always got to be aware that about 28% of people just haven't noticed there's anybody in there, and that's partly because you only see 25 comments at a time. If in those 25 comments there isn't a facilitator one, unless you search, if you search for most liked, if you engage to that extent, you'll find the educators. But otherwise, the educators have got to be really active. In our first 12 MOOCs, we had about 250,000 comments. Now, to get 4% of those as educators was just a spectacularly difficult thing to do. So when you're looking at the effect of facilitators, you have to bear in mind, have your students actually noticed them at all in the first place?
I think the flip side of that is we need sticky comments real soon now. Because if you want your educator comment or any other comment that's noteworthy, somehow you need for it to stay in the top of the screen.
And just on that, I mean, when ages ago when we learned, it was always intended that the best comments would rise to the top. And there's been some attempt to do that with most liked, but I don't think we know what percentage of learners actually use the most liked facilities.
A certain irony here in that how many of you have seen the facilitation dashboard? Right, what does the facilitation dashboard do? it essentially shows you the most liked, the most replied to. It's a, you know, it's giving you that index of hotness. Okay, so the mentors or the course support team that are using the facilitation dashboard see what the learners don't see in the absence of stickiness.
I think we can take one more before the next one.
Hi, I'm Ben Fields from FutureLearn, and I really enjoyed your talk. I'm wondering a little bit about how you consider facilitation as a sort of starting point, because I guess around the particular place the conversation has gone in the questions as well. Is it possible for learners to facilitate other learners? And like, do we have a sort of, you know, a view that all of the facilitation comes specifically from the educator? And in that case, is facilitation, at least on FutureLearn, simply look like social activity in the comments, but from a specific group of people? Or is it about what they're actually doing in those comments, in which case maybe it can come from other people and we can do peer-to-peer facilitation or something like this?
Yeah, interesting point. I mean, I talked about when I was listing those modes, multiple apices. I think you've just identified a fourth. And in a way, it's already recognized, because what is a peer mentor in the shape of an alumni? They're, you know, a slightly older learner in a way. So yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
I think this is a really interesting topic, and I think there was a lot more questions that could be asked and discussed, and it might be one to carry over into lunch, but unfortunately we have to move on. So I'm going to invite Dr. Leah Marks to join me. She's going to talk on how students can be partners in MOOC creation. Is that right? Excellent, I got it right. Leah teaches medical genetics, which is completely beyond me, at the University of Glasgow. And she's also was a joint lead on a MOOC, Cancer in the 21st Century.
Yes.
Yeah, and to date it's had over 25,000 enrollments. Yeah, great. Okay, so over to you.
Okay, so this is maybe coming at it off from a slightly different perspective. So we've heard quite a lot about big data, and we've been interested in some of the bigger data as well. I presented at one of these meetings last year at some point about looking at plagiarism in MOOCs and peer review, things like that. So we've been interested in the bigger picture, who does peer review, who plagiarizes, who does it himself. But this time we've sort of gone to a completely different perspective, and we're looking at ones and twos, so literally just individual students. And we're looking at the students, not the ones that are online, but we're looking at ones that are on campus and trying to see how we can make MOOCs work for them. I'm sure some of you will have done something similar. As I say, it's a journey just begun, so I'm very interested in anybody's perspectives on it. And my kind of main question at the moment is thinking about how to evaluate all this, what to actually do with it. Now we've sort of started the project, but I want to see how we can get the most out of it. So I would be very welcoming of any suggestions. This is where I started with this whole concept, was that we obviously have heard loads, I'm sure you've seen this, about how, you know, MOOCs were going to be the be all and end all, or actually maybe they're not actually going to be any use whatsoever. But in reality, you know, we've come to this, probably this phase here where we know there's use in MOOCs, we know they're not the answer to everything, but essentially how can we make them work for us, and how can we make them the most productive possible? I think is my kind of question. So this was all kind of based initially around the Cancer in the 21st Century MOOC, which is the courses now. I think it's its 5th run, 2014. So this was the course that I had been involved as lead educator on, had been involved in creating and running. And I thought, what can I do with this? So I was thinking about it. It's obviously involved an awful lot of work. And one of my other roles is I coordinate the sort of elective component, essentially, at Glasgow for the medical students. These are student selective components. They undertake 3 of these during their course, 1 in 2nd year, 1 in 3rd year, 1 in 4th year. And we've got 250 odd students a year. So basically we have to find 800 electives every year. And that's part of my role as the deputy coordinator of that, is to try and make sure there's enough electives for all these students. So I thought, can we use MOOCs as part of these electives, there's such a huge variety of stuff out there. You know, can we do anything with MOOCs for this? So I thought there's no point, if you like, just reinventing the wheel. You know, why would I develop a MOOC on cancer, sorry, an SSC, an elective on cancer, when I've got all this content here? But neither do I want to just kind of recycle it and give the students, the medical students, a sort of second-hand experience. So I thought, right, okay, can I repurpose what we've got? So we took the MOOC, we managed to get it to run at the same time as the elective component was running, and I got 20 second-year students in this first instance, and the 20 second-year students undertook the cancer MOOC as their elective. So basically, they did it a bit accelerated pace. So they undertook the MOOC, they did 2 weeks of the MOOC per week of their electives. So they did 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks for a 6-week MOOC, so they did it in 3 weeks. During that time, they attended weekly tutorials with sort of experts in the field, and just 1 per week. And then in the second phase of it, they undertook a group case study. They presented the report orally and written. They did an individual essay on, I just got them to answer the question, cancer in the 21st century, genomic revolution, hype or reality? So basically, everything within the MOOC, is this true or not? Are we ever going to, is genetics of any use in cancer? And they just wrote a 1,500-word essay on that. And then I also got them to reflect on their experience of online learning. Most of them, virtually every student that did this, there was 20 students, said they had never heard of MOOCs or online courses before, which I thought was fascinating, because I suppose as an educator, you just assume that everybody has done all this kind of stuff, and they were all like, no, I've never heard of this. And these are, 19, 20-year-old medical students. So there's loads of stuff I could get out of those reflections if I had time to actually go back and tease it out a bit. So that was really interesting. We just did a wee study to evaluate it as well. So we gave them a questionnaire at the end of week 4. We looked at the essays, which, as I say, I've not quite mined fully, but we looked at to get key themes out of it. And the things that they got out of it, I was quite interested. Most of them said it didn't actually matter to them whether or not it was online form or offline their learning. They said that wasn't why they chose it. They said almost all of them said they chose the course because they were interested in cancer specifically. I was slightly worried that we might have got a kind of lazy bunch of the students who just didn't want to go into hospitals for 5 weeks and who wanted to sit at home in front of their computers. They claimed not to. Most of them said they did enjoy it and that they would recommend it. But what I was really interested in was that the thing they liked best essentially was articles. So I thought they would enjoy the forums. I thought they would enjoy, when they said they did enjoy all these aspects, but the thing they found the most interesting was simply just being able to read text. So I looked at all the different themes that came out of it. And what I was particularly interested in, which leads on to what I've done next, is had they gained new knowledge, which I presume most of them would, because first, second year medics don't know that much about cancer. Most of them said they'd gained quite a lot of knowledge. Had they gained any new skills? Because this is a whole component of the electives, is are you actually gaining a skill that's going to be any use to you in future life? And they said that quite a bit of skills, but when I looked at what skills they had gained, they said it was things like communication skills, just refining their existing research skills, proofreading, reflection, research and databases, which is all quite interesting. But I thought actually with the MOOC platform, I think there's more that we could get out of it in terms of the student learning, rather than maybe some of these fairly generic skills that we probably could help them acquire in other ways. They also said that they felt the course was too easy at the start and too hard near the beginning. They felt like they were just too hard at the end rather than too easy at the beginning. They felt like some of the content was quite slow to get going, and then at the end they were really busy. But they wanted more time to do stuff individually and to kind of, I suppose, learn for themselves in some ways. And this whole concept to me sort of just reinforced the idea of students as consumers. So here's some learning, just give me an article and I'll read it. And then you'll teach me something and maybe I'll acquire some new skills on the way, but really I just want lots of content. But actually, I got the impression from what they were saying that they had the potential to acquire more than just content from us. So, as the second step towards the student creation, which I wasn't intending going towards student creation with MOOCs at the start, but the next sort of step on this, what I thought we could do, was look to using other MOOCs, so not just my own MOOC running on Cancer. I don't know if any of you are involved in the MOOCs here that we used, but this time I got 4 fourth-year students, and I said to them, MOOCs are a very interesting way of learning. Have you heard of them before? No, we've never heard of MOOCs. So, can you pick, go online, these are the platforms, I emphasise FutureLearn to them more than the others, but I said there's a variety of platforms, and interestingly, they almost all picked FutureLearn ones because they said the content was clearer, which is quite nice. They came, talked about MOOCs, talked about online learning, and I said, go away and find something that you're interested in, and your elective, your SSC is going to be the MOOC. So they all wanted to do more than one. So they did things like, sorry, there's a bit compressed, so not quite so clear, ECGs, translational research, and this was the anatomy, the abdomen one. So they picked these courses, they did the courses in the first 2 weeks of the elective, and then what the part of their assessment was presenting on the content they had learned and reflecting on online learning using the literature. But a big part of their assessment was to try and do some kind of follow-up to, if they had as first-year students, if they had done this MOOC, what would their follow-up to it be? And they had to create a sort of layout of what they thought they would do next. And I didn't expect this part to be very good, before. 2 of them were fine. 2 of them totally went to town on it and had big elaborate designs of what they were going to do next and how students could learn further. And I just looked at it and I thought, actually, this could be, I suppose, a key thing, that students could get out of it, is rather than just being consumers of information, could they be creators of information and creators of content? So based on that discovery, that was last year, we looked at using a student in partnership with myself to try and create some MOOC content. This was the student who was a life sciences student. He did this as part of a summer project, which was unfunded. I didn't have any funding for it. He just wanted to do it to get some experience for his CV. So we together basically co-wrote a course. He is a genetics student, and he was interested in widening participation in the life sciences and giving people a better idea of what the life sciences were. So we created together a 2-week course. This is him here. So he scripted videos. He was recorded in quite a lot of the videos. He interviewed different professors from different departments or research students or whatever. And I asked him what he got out of it. So we did a presentation together at the Learning and Teaching Conference at Glasgow, and he was absolutely thrilled by this map, because you can see here that, it wasn't, to me, it didn't seem like a big course. It was maybe 2,500 learners. But when he looked to see where people, in the world had been doing this course, he was like, this is just absolutely amazing, because, I write an essay and nobody looks at it. And I was like, that's a good point. As an educator, I just assume students write their essays and they're pleased that I look at their essay, and I mark their essay. But he was like, my tutor sees it and then it goes into a drawer, and that's it. I was like, actually, that's a good point. So he was absolutely thrilled by this, concept. And he was also, again, to me, these, compared to the cancer course, these figures didn't look particularly big. He was so thrilled that 700 people had commented on staff and 13,000 steps visited. So, and again, just the actual numbers of joiners, the fact that 2,500 people. He said, see, for students, this is so motivating that somebody's actually interested in stuff that I've created. So from there, that was quite a positive experience. He was an extremely motivated student, very, very good. And I thought, can that be taken out, combining my experience with the medical students? Could that be rolled out a bit further? So this year, this is our sort of where we are now at the moment. I recruited for an elective. I thought I don't want 20 students, which is what I had in the cancer elective. I want to keep it to a small number of students. I also don't want second-year students. I want a bit more experienced students. So we recruited 2 fourth-year medical students again for this project, and their MOOC was designed to be an SSC, an elective in medical education, and they decided I gave them free rein. I thought if it doesn't work, it can just be a project, and they can just have done it as a project like any other student would. But they've basically designed in a course. They decided the topic. They wanted the topic, the medical students obviously, they wanted the topic to be first aid. So they called it Basic First Aid, How to Be an Everyday Hero. And what we did was we met once a week over the period of 5 weeks, and they effectively scripted or designed course structure with input from myself, course structure, videos, scripting, quizzes, articles, the whole bit, and they have given all this to me. They're now on placement as fourth-year medical students, obviously are quite overrun. So they've given all this material to me, and hopefully in the next couple of weeks, if I get a second, I'm going to actually upload, because for me to upload stuff to the platform is obviously much, I feel like I could do it in my sleep because I've done it so many times, whereas for them that would actually be quite an onerous task. So apart from that, it's been quite hands-off from me. Content looks very good, and I'll probably add bits and pieces to it. And they reflected on it as well. But what I was fascinated to see was how engaged they were with it. Often in SSCs, students can be reasonably like, this is 5 weeks of something that's a bit, easier, hands-off, compared to what we do in the rest of medical school. But they were so into it. They're presenting it just as a poster at the NES Scotland next week in Edinburgh. And they were just so sort of excited about the fact that, all this content was going to be out there and people were actually going to see something that they had done. And I got them again to reflect on it. And just looking with I'm sure you all have things like this at your different institutions, graduate attributes which all our students are supposed to acquire as they go through university. And I'm sure we can pretty much tick quite a lot of them, when we look at what sort of skills students can get out of developing a MOOC like this. It's not something that I don't know how we would do it with big class sizes. I'm involved in teaching master's programs with 40. I teach undergraduate medics 250 in a class. So I'm not suggesting necessarily that this is something that, is easily translatable to all students. But I think it's something that it certainly has potential for maybe honours projects and things that people can develop some content, reflect on it. It's actually, they said it runs in June. If it gets up online by June, it says that they said that they're really keen to facilitate as well, which is quite nice because I'm actually out of the country when it's on, so I'll be trying to facilitate from Rwanda actually, so I'll be trying to facilitate from there if I can get some internet access, but they're really keen to facilitate as well. Obviously we'll have staff input additionally to them. But what my next stages are is how do I evaluate what they get out of it, but also what do the learners get out of it? Do the online learners, do they respond well to being taught by students, people that have just engaged with the content recently themselves? Is that a benefit? Is that a hindrance to learners? Is it indifferent? Does it not matter who the creators or the facilitators are? So hopefully if it's a success, we'll do something again similar next year, but I'd be very keen to hear anybody's suggestions or anything on the subject. That's us. So, any questions?
I think it's really fascinating, and it will be fascinating to see what the learner's reaction is. And, I mean, are you going to be facilitating along with the
We're
students?
going to be, even if I'm offline at some point, and my immediate line manager about it. Because I mean, maybe that's just I am the educator and I'm the only one that can. Maybe that's something that isn't a right attitude. But I think certainly for the first couple of runs, we need to see how they do it.
And I guess the next step beyond that is to involve alumni from previous runs as co-designers as well as co-facilitators.
Yeah, actually, that's that would be a fascinating idea.
And Leah, that was really fascinating. This isn't a question, this is just that we've done something similar kind of point. And it relates to Paul's topic too, and it's about facilitation. So we're just about to enter a third run of a genomics course. All of our mentors from day one have been trainees and not educators. The postgraduate, so we're talking higher level, they're already in the workforce, therefore they are people working on the front line of genetics. But our model, and we think this goes back to Paul's point about facilitation is expensive. And it is, how sustainable is it if you've got a small course team? From day one, our decision was the course team are not the facilitators. We have an almost endless supply of trainees in the healthcare workforce who learners phenomenally appreciate hearing from, because these are the people that are doing the genetic tests and are working on, you know, cancer diagnosis using genetic testing. So I know it's not the same demographic, it's not the same group, but tremendous amount of value both for them as trainees, because they too have professional practice competencies like your graduate attributes that being a mentor ticks off. But it's not a million miles away, so I just thought I'd share the story, because it might be something we can talk about later.
That's very interesting. We have a lot of molecular pathology trainees actually who are always asking for things to be ticked. And so we had problems trying to recruit people to facilitate who'd participated in making videos in the cancer MOOC. But I wonder actually if, you know, getting the trainees for their ticks this competency would actually be a really nice way of doing it, certainly with molecular pathology. Yeah, yeah,
the facilitators, but their enthusiasm, we managed a retention of mentors is a good thing, because we don't need to retain this. We can have a different team of 12 each time, because we've got almost endless supply of trainees who want to engage with learners in the courses. But Mike, I think exactly that's a potential too, yeah.
It's not one from the internet. This is one of mine. So it's just a question about. I think it's a really useful assessment tool to do this idea of reciprocal teaching. But it's just a question of to what extent is this specific to what you do, and to what extent do you think this sort of reciprocal teaching, as in creating an online course, could be expanded into other domains? I mean, maybe that's a more open question, but I'll put it to you because you're at the front with the mic on.
I mean, I just after having done this, I thought, you know, actually see if I was a master's student or a PhD student, or, you know, and I had my kind of big area of speciality, you know, I wonder if it's even more translatable to slightly higher level students who are, you know, focusing, just thinking of my genetics students, you know, some of them are focusing, their dissertation could be on ethics, and, you know, a MOOC on ethics of genetic testing. I couldn't really particularly write a MOOC on the ethics, because it's just a wee area within a huge big area. You know, but if that was their focus, then they could do that supervised by somebody maybe who knew more about it. That could be one of their kind of oh, I mean, I think I think it means, I think we just maybe have to adjust our thinking of, you know, I think that if something is a good piece of work, it's because it's 2,000 words, it's set out, it's got 5 diagrams, and, you know, it's got such and such a length of reference list. But actually, you know, being able to communicate that to people at a different level, I think it maybe just needs a slight readjustment of our ideas as educators of what we're actually looking for. And you obviously need people to be able to search the literature, reference literature databases, etc. Different skills, but we repeatedly over-assess that in some ways, I think, you know, and actually maybe there's other aspects more relating to the graduate attributes that could be tested.
Okay, well, thank you, Leah. I think there's lots of really useful conversations that are going to happen around lunchtime with this. Could I ask us to extend a thanks to Paul and Leah once more? Thank you. So it is lunchtime. So lunch will be in one of these 2 rooms, I think. Is it the second or the right? So you could get your lunch and then you could come back in here, or you can go in the refreshment area, sit down, have a chat. We're going to start again at 13:45. So if you can be sat down, ready to go then, because we're going to have Manish ready to go on the Skype. Thank you.
Hello. Let me just right. Okay. Can you hear me all right? Yes, thanks. Switched off the live streaming. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just going to see if I can share my screen all right. Now, also,
In the room, I think we're missing some people. Are we missing anyone? I think people have moved around, so I'm a bit confused as to where people are now. Okay, well, we'll get cracking because we've got a few more presentations to do. I think it was a really good morning. I think the presentations were fantastic. Everybody full after lunch? Good. There is an obscene amount of salmon left out there. It feels so wrong. Okay, well, we're going to kick back off with Manish Malik, who is a senior lecturer in engineering at Portsmouth, and an award-winning teacher too, award-winning university teacher. Manish's research interests are in blended learning, TEL, and lots of aspects of that, including mobile. And he's decided to pick a really simple topic for this presentation, so he's going to be having a systematic review of MOOCs. So nothing big there. Okay, over to you, Manny.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to speak about a paper that I'm looking for the PhD work that I'm doing with Lancaster in the Department of Educational Research. So thanks a lot for having me, giving me the opportunity. So today I'm going to be talking about these different things. First of all, acknowledgements, rapidly changing background with regards to MOOCs. As this is a systematic review that I'm presenting, I'll be talking about my research question, the search terms, methodology, findings, and so on. And towards the end, there'll be opportunity for you to ask questions, but there's also a link on top of the slide you can see. So, can you not see that? Okay, never mind, so we'll just take questions in the normal way towards the end of the session. As I was saying, I am doing this PhD within the Department of Educational Research. So this work that I'm presenting was part of my study. It was one of my module assignments in Module 3. And I'm pleased to acknowledge the contributions of my valued tutors and peers in supporting this work, and especially want to thank Dr. Murat Ostok, who really introduced me to several concepts that are relevant to this work. And towards the last 3 months of last year, that sort of changed the way I look at the world. So really big thanks to the team in Lancaster for that. So MOOCs definitely have. Is it?
We can't see.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Now probably you can also see the link on top. This is where the questions you can type in if you go onto that URL. If you have any questions, they can come to me by that if that's what you want to do. Okay, so meaning of MOOCs for me, from where I'm looking at it, it's been very difficult to pin down. It's changing all the time. Massive. So I look at it from each acronym, each word in the acronym, and see what does it mean to me. So if I look at how MOOCs began, they began with a big bang, with hundreds of thousands of people studying on very high quality courses, and so it soon became very newsworthy as well, because it was meant to open the education to the masses, and that's where massive seemed an appropriate term at the time. But since then, when I actually look at the research, the numbers kind of not keeping up with the massive theme. So from hundreds of thousands to maybe tens of thousands, in some cases, maybe just maybe thousands of learners. Still quite big, but when you look at the retention figures, of course that brings that number further down. And then you also consider some platforms have started to charge fees even to sample the course material. Then the availability of that course is further affected. And if you were to look at the diversity that's in these courses, which is really what got me interested in MOOCs, was it's an open sort of massive course for anybody in the world to come and join and study with the rest of the people from different parts of the world. So that was an opportunity for global sort of intercultural education opportunity, and is that being materialized? So that's my interest. In terms of open, as soon as you put a fee to a course, that makes me think this is becoming a neoliberal project, and instead of catering to have a Mason life world formation, you're looking at more individualistic content delivery based sort of model, which is no longer then that open. Online, that term itself has been changing its meaning. When MOOC started, it was purely online, and now we find applications where MOOCs are being used in face-to-face settings for flipped learning, perhaps, but also in some cases of some platforms actually allowing or encouraging people to create small localized groups. So it's no longer an online thing. That's sort of on the rise as well. So to have a mixed mode. Course, again, that term is also changing, having many degree programs, which then bring us to this disruptive nature of MOOCs. Is it disruptive for the training industries, i.e. only for professionals, or is it also disruptive then for higher education, where shorter degrees might be on the horizon, and so forth? So I asked myself, is MOOC soon becoming this big neoliberal project, which is a well-oiled online training machine? And I wanted to find out some answer by querying the literature, and thought systematic review would be a nice way to go about doing it. Otherwise, I'll be just thinking on my own and telling myself, no, this is how it is. So I wanted to get the best evidence to frame a question and query the research literature to find out some answers. And to do that, I used an explicit search strategy, clear inclusion-exclusion criteria, systematic coding and analysis of all the included studies, and normally would have done a meta-analysis, but it was not possible because of the type of data that I had, or also for mainly for the type of data that I had, and somewhat to the time as well. Because if I look hard, maybe I would have found some statistical data which I could have used for meta-analysis. And then I applied a critical approach on top of this work. So why I wanted to do it this way is because I knew that from the literature review that there was a high attrition rate within MOOCs, and also claims about low engagement within MOOCs. But if we assume that is the case, and it is still inviting people from all around the world, so it's still open, let's assume that. But we know for a fact that platforms are beginning to charge fees for these courses. Then the next thing that comes to mind is, are MOOC providers actually letting people down by not supporting them, or are they supporting them, or is there something else going on in there? So my research question that I framed using this for population intervention is I, C is a comparator, and O is the outcome. So that helps structure a good research question. Well, I hope this is a good research question for my study, saying how successful are MOOCs, the intervention, in engaging and retaining, which is the outcome, diverse demographics of learners. So this is the population that I'm interested about, given that my rationale. And you would notice that there is no C in the first overarching question, and that's because it's a high-level question. If I drill down further and look at how I can understand the engaging and retention part, which is my outcome, I framed this supporting question, which is how successfully do pedagogical designs of MOOCs and platform features affect interactions between diverse learners. So this is also dealing with the same diverse learners, and engaging and retention is sort of linked with some kind of interaction either between learners or with the content. So the pedagogy and the platform come into the focus of my investigation. So I used Web of Science because I had limited time, so I just focused on one place. And I use these search terms. As you can see, there are different names that I've used for searching for papers that have a MOOC or MOOC related content, and then I added some outcomes such as retention, engagement, learning gain, these different terms, so that hegemony, colonialism, multiculturalism, all those things that I wanted to bring out papers which give me some insight into how a diverse population is being enabled or not. So the result of this search gave me about 208 items, and I removed duplicates, and that was a number after that. And I added 10 more papers from what I found from going through references and other sources. So after using the search terms, what I did, because a systematic review allows me to use a particular inclusion-exclusion criteria. Normally it is done in conjunction with other people who also apply that inclusion-exclusion criteria, but I'm a PhD student. I did it alone by myself. So I took extra care in not just looking at the abstract and the title. When I did the first pass of my selection, I opened up the entire paper and applied my inclusion-exclusion criteria, but I was still looking at a very glanced sort of approach, not a detailed read. So I looked at various things in the paper, but I applied my inclusion-exclusion criteria, which I'll show you in a minute. This allowed me to track what I'm rejecting, accepting, and also note down my reasons for doing so. And then I began on this journey of manually coding the papers that I had reduced in my first pass of the selection process. I used both type of codes, deductive as well as inductive, and I built a critical framework which was based again on the MOOC acronym. So everything: is it massive? Is it open? Is it online? Is it a course? Those kind of questions that I was asking, and I built some deductive codes for that. But also, as I read papers, I created more inductive codes, which I'll share with you in a minute. And that helped me apply my inclusion criteria, exclusion criteria again at detailed read stage, and I kept track of those things as well. And then I put all the data within a Google Sheet, which then I used pivot tables to analyze my codes and the content that I had sort of extracted from the papers. Google Sheets is really good because it gives me automatically some kind of analysis. Even with text, so that threw up some new links between the codes that I had been working with, and of course, I'm hoping to answer my research questions. Sorry, going back a bit. Yeah. So this is the inclusion-exclusion criteria that I used for selecting papers. As you can see, the first part in here is to do with the type of study, whether it's a randomized controlled trial, quasi-randomized case study, etc., etc. And then I was also interested whether it had some kind of demographic information in the literature. Did it talk about diversity, ethnicity, and were there these outcomes that I was interested in? So engagement, retention data, and by performance like a proxy, because if you are performing, that means if you have a performance score at the end of the course, obviously you are you have some you are on the course if you have a final assessment. And I only looked at English language based studies. So I chalked out anything that was work in progress or very basic evaluation was done, and in which there was just the evaluation by the academic who's running the MOOC and not necessarily involvement with the people. So I didn't put those in my selection. And also I did not include any opinion pieces. So as a result of this, I had about 141 papers that rejected out of the 208 I reviewed for these reasons stated here. And I kept some interesting papers which helped me build that critical framework, which I talked about earlier, which relies on the MOOC acronym. So that helped in building that. And the remaining 47 papers, I decided to go through in detailed read, and as I said, edit before 10 papers as well for detailed read. So this is my coding. As you can see, research data includes. So this is the overall category, research data, and inside that you will see that some of the studies that I found use students, student usage data, but again restricted only to completers. Student scores, again restricted only to completers, and usage scores, and so on and so forth. So this is research type of research data that papers reported. Pedagogical underpinning, whether it was cognitive, behaviorist, constructivist, and so on. Subject area, business, engineering, or whatever that was the focus of that MOOC. Outcome, what different outcome measures were used, and so on and so forth. So what was machine labor used, was student labor used, and so on and so forth. So these were my categories I used for classifying the papers. And in the end, I rejected about 41 more and worked with 36 remaining because they were suitable for the research question. Now, at this point, I'll say that majority of the courses were from Coursera, because that's where, when I searched, the search results were coming up with mainly studies from Coursera, and they were mainly from the academics who were running them as well. So in some cases, they were researchers which are external to the course, but mostly people were either evaluating it themselves or with the help of their quality team from within their university, who were more pedagogically sort of informed. So they were joining them in evaluating. So there's that diversity in the type of studies as well. There was a couple from FutureLearn, and since then I've been looking at more FutureLearn courses as well. So there are quite stark differences between my findings and what I think FutureLearn platform offers. So yeah. Okay, so my findings then. My interest was, I wanted to find out whether it is still massive, whether it's still open or not. And so the studies that I shortlisted, they seem to suggest that 29% to up to 76% of the enrollments come from the developed world. And these people tend to be highly educated. About 83% of them were like that, and seeking professional upskilling. So majority of them were interested in some kind of training, some kind of professional development. And if I dig deeper, I try to look for the non-completers and completers and their nationality as to what is happening with this supposedly massive and open course. What is happening to people who are coming from the non-developed world or developing world, and so on and so forth. So that information was very, very in the Coursera platform to get. So I'm thinking now that openness and massiveness, the diversity and the numbers are gradually decreasing, at least in this sample of the papers that I reviewed. Opportunity for and then if you look at the users who are engaging or completing or retention rates for whom are supposed to be high, these are highly educated people looking for professional upskilling. So perhaps this is an opportunity for selling training to people from developed worlds who are professionals and job seekers. So this is what I learned from this. And in terms of engaging people, whether it's with content, whether it's interactive and amongst each other interculturally, I looked at the papers. They seem to suggest that 92% of the MOOCs tend to use video for content delivery to individuals rather than just promote any kind of interaction. So it's a normal lecture to maybe 4-minute, 5-minute long, sometimes even longer, and that has its consequence. But essentially, it's majority like didactical teaching. In terms of interactivity, yes, about 67% of the studies that I shortlisted had some kind of forum use. However, the actual use of people, the forums were restricted to a relatively small number of users, which was kind of also related to their performances. If they were using forums more, they're more likely to succeed. But they were essentially a small number of people who were using the forums, and the purpose of the forums tended to be varying from very didactical, very authoritative, where a student comes in and asks a question to a teacher, the teacher replies, and the instructor replies, or the mentor replies, or the moderator, whatever the word. But there were some examples of socio-constructivist use of that as well. But what worried me most was this 70% of the shortlisted studies had full cohort forums, which basically meant that if one person posted a message, everybody would see it. So there was automatically an information overload by design, really. So if 2,000 people posted, then you've heard this 250,000 comments and so on and so forth. So this is where the information overload sort of stemming from. If you design a full cohort forum, is that good for people's engagement, or is that going to switch them off? So I found another study which was quite interesting, was from Barak et al. In 2006, reported that motivation gain increased if you were increasing the if you're delivering or engaging students in smaller groups, and it increases if the group size increased up to 5, and after that it may tailor off. So that was interesting to see. However, one thing which I didn't quite understand why they did it, or didn't really like it, was that they group people in on the basis of language, so Arabic speakers versus English speakers, using asynchronous groups, and they said that they're performing the same. And this study was funded by the Israeli government. So pretty much saying, are we asking for cultural ghettos to be created? Is that good for learning? 8% of the MOOCs had some kind of real-time events also associated with them. So that was a surprising thing. However, where these were optional, what did happen, that it also created some kind of cultural ghettos. So people who were in the same time zone obviously would real-time events they would attend, and if they understood each other, which means the language, so that kind of also created the cultural ghettos. So if you're doing something which is real-time, why is it not being done in a more planned way? Why is it pedagogically sort of informed? And again, if I drill down in any of these papers trying to get to the nationality of people who did engage and did not engage, that was still very difficult to pinpoint in these papers. Another thing that was a theme that emerged was the expertise of MOOC learners, which were either quite highly qualified themselves. They were being used as peer assessors, so giving people's assignments to each other and getting that, so using on that manpower. So about 17% of the shortlisted study had that as a feature. And some of them actually were using it non-anonymously, which could easily lead to some kind of display of bias, because the name is so and so, and then if you don't like that kind of culture or name, then you could be expressing some bias if you wanted to. So the emerging themes here is for me is engaging students in free labor, separation of cultures, ghettoization, also perhaps to better understand them, so that perhaps in future MOOCs can also cater to them, but in a separate fashion. Content delivery focused, so that's been mentioned before, that everything is more content oriented as opposed to discussion oriented, and not much attention given to this discussion type interaction and intercultural elements, at least in the studies that I shortlisted. So then I asked myself whether this superficial, well, whatever the discussion that was happening was mainly didactical, so whether so it appeared that it was quite sort of superficial nature of discussion. Was that due to an indication? Was that an indication that people generally have less time? Life comes in the way, that's been mentioned before, or do they not have the will to engage with other people from other cultures? Is that one of the reasons? Or really, is it down to the poor pedagogical design of the course? And if either of those things is the case, then why is it, what can be done to address that? And we know for sure that information overload in such sort of massive environments is a tricky one to solve. And I've seen some FutureLearn courses, and I think they seem to have a solution there. So I'm quite interested to see that and study that. However, so information overload is quite tricky to solve, and let's keep focus on just content delivery. That seems to be the direction that MOOCs are heading from where I'm looking at it. So that amounts to some kind of denial of opportunity for creation of public sphere where all learners basically can interact with each other and benefit from communicative action, which is the Habermasian sort of life world. This seems to be like a deliberate sort of pedagogical and technological choice. So you give them a massive forum, and obviously people will find that this is not going to, they can't sustain the amount of messages and discussions with so many people. They'll shut off on that side, focus on the content that's been delivered, and here you go, is in play. And that kind of suits the neoliberal capitalist ideals, because all they want is to create a course which can just run on its own, content delivered very well, good quality sort of videos, everything, quiz questions, fantastic, but no need for any discussions. However, that analysis has an expiry date. Till the time machine learning cracks mentoring, and you'll see that appearing. So machines perhaps engaging with the interactive elements. And what it does, this kind of approach, it promotes the credentialism. Basically, if I did all my videos and my quizzes, I will get my badges or the certificates I'm paying for, and therefore, from the point of view of the MOOC provider, that's great because it's bringing in those training dollars that they're in for. At the cost, however, of social equity and equity pedagogy, which is where the MOOC movement started, where it's open education for the masses. Again, in terms of performance and retention, these retention rates, which are increasing from being reported to be, which I found in my analysis of the papers, is 16% to even up to 38% retention rates. However, we know that the number base of the courses is decreasing as well. So is that an increase in real term or not? And again, alongside those increases, the claims that are being put forward that this is due to people liking the badges, people getting motivated, being behavior controlled by these badges, synchronized starts, gamification, and the rest. Again, a lot of technological solutions, which is akin to technological solutionism, which is a sign of neoliberalist project. But also, if I found that there's research that support that actually retention is due to is related to GDP income, per capita income for the people who are from higher GDP nations. Another paper that I read that showed that those who enrolled for training credits were also more likely to perform on the course. So again, seeming to point that the neoliberal project is becoming successful in either recruiting people mainly from the developed world and catering to their needs so that they can get the best experience out of this. Okay, so I've been on this 5 more minutes, I think. I couldn't see the time. How long is left?
About a minute, Manish, I'm afraid.
A minute, okay.
Yeah, 2 minutes tops.
Okay.
Sorry.
Right. Okay, now I've got too many points in my slides. I'm going to just maybe talk about the analysis. So performance and retention being linked to GDP was my finding. Also to age and expertise of learners. So coming from developed nations, poor use of student labor leading to performance and retention issues is another finding. Yet another evidence of neoliberal tactic is the automation of assessment. That's quite evident in the literature. So increasingly, target audience for MOOC are those living in the development, mainly professionals. Scale up of thousands up to thousands of people is possible, it seems, but didactical fashion. And use of machine learning, machine support, and as well as student labor is there. And even if the retention rates aren't that high, the small fee and large numbers, 10% retention rate or 20% retention rate, that still is the bounty for the end of the course run, which the neoliberals might be after. And all these things I've said, ghettoization, urban ecology, basically suggesting that intercultural education is being sidelined for the short-term disruption in the training industry and maybe long-term HE. This is where I'm saying that what we could do to counter this, or perhaps these are not suggestions really, I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud here. Open source platform built, run, managed by open educational groups. edX, for example, is still claims that's been a MOOC provider with a difference. It's still open source. People can take the platform and run it as they like. It's mostly free, and that might also be changing. That it's very, very rapidly changing environment. But there are others as well, I guess. And in terms of design of MOOCs, I think exploring real-time use might be a good way to see if that enables interaction between smaller groups. And that's mainly to minimize the information overload, because once you've got the attention of, let's say, 5-10 people in real-time environment, they can have a very nice and open discussion about whatever they're learning, and then the real-time event is off, switch off, and then you can come back again to another real-time event. In between, you can do live, what you normally are slicing this course in between. And some ways in incentivizing intercultural education, because that's very important. Limitations, again, as I said, I only used Web of Science to search, and I added a few more papers from my reference list, and I was the only person coding, so again, somebody else might have coded it differently. And the field is fast changing, so whatever I'm reporting today may not be fully accurate because of various reasons, and again, due to change. Mainly Coursera-based studies were found in this systematic review. Thanks a lot for listening, and I hope you have some questions I can answer.
Thank you, Manish. Thank you. Sorry for having to rush in the end. I don't think you saw the 5-minute warning, so just...
No, I put the videos on the side, so sorry. It was my...
do we have any questions, Manish? Oh, one right away.
So it's really interesting to get those sorts of larger scale surveys because they bring a number of different perspectives into focus. I think that the two things. One is that I would question the idea that there is such a thing as MOOCs now. There are a number of different varieties of MOOCs. And I think you're finding that, for example, some of the FutureLearn experiences are different from the edX and Coursera. And also MOOCs are going through big changes as they go from essentially leisure learning courses towards CPD courses, ones that are integrated into degree programs. The question is that MOOCs are some kind of neoliberal and capitalist conspiracy to marginalize learners, or at least marginalized learner communities. I always prefer cock-up rather than conspiracy. So, I mean, MOOCs were not really developed at the beginning with any explicit pedagogy. They, like many technologies, they tend to imitate what went before. What went before was lectures, where somebody stands up at the front of the room and lectures to students, and students generally keep quiet. And that was the model that was used as the foundation. That was the underpinning pedagogic model. And any decision you make is going to have consequences, sometimes unintended consequences. So, I mean, your suggestion of having more real-time sessions. What will happen then, and we've modeled this at FutureLearn, is that the numbers are not sufficient to have, you know, real-time groupings. At any one slot of about 15 minutes to half an hour, there are only probably 10 people who are active on that platform, and they're likely to be grouped around clusters of where there are already large numbers of people, because, you know, with time differences, that's going to be people in either the US or the UK. So it's going to marginalize people in other parts of the world. So any decision you make, like let's run real-time sessions, is going to marginalize some other people. So pedagogy is difficult. And as I say, it's not usually the result of some deliberate decision. It's an unintended consequence.
Can I come in? Yes. Yeah, I think I had a similar thought. I think that if I created smaller groups, definitely I'm calling for marginalization, aren't I then? But I think if everybody had the same opportunity of getting together, wouldn't that reduce the information overload that is on learners? Wouldn't that then have a better engagement, rather than saying, because we can't do it, whatever we do is going to cause that marginalization anyways, let's just stick with this content approach. That to me is an indication that you know, there is really an underlying motive of neoliberalism, because, you know, you can sell it. Content, you can package it, you can sell it.
Some interesting ideas going on there. I think it's good to be provocative and get those ideas flowing. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to have time for more questions on this one, but I sense that there is a dialogue that should happen here. Oh, one question, one very quick question.
Thank you for the talk. It was really interesting. I don't have an educational research background, but I wanted to ask anyway. You mentioned the example where you talked about the cultures were not mixed, the study that was conducted in Israel.
Sorry, I'm not able to hear the question properly.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you for the talk. I'm interested in your comment about the culture, the differences in culture, and I think you made a comment about the Israeli paper where they separated the culture, and you felt that perhaps they should have mixed the culture together.
Yeah, I was coming from the fact that they did a study, which is I was a bit worried about why they wanted to do that, and there was no mention about it. They wanted to see whether if you separate the culture, do they perform the same, and what does that tell us? And we say, is that the direction we should we separate worlds again? Even there, if there's a large number of Israeli people or Jewish people, or Arabic-speaking people, then the problem's not solved. Why are we doing it? What is the intention there? So I was just questioning that. I don't know. I was just questioning that very.
I have a response, I guess, but I'm using China as an example. It could be, for example, every culture learns differently, and perhaps they were doing that because the cultural context and teaching and learning and delivery and so on will be completely different. So perhaps mixing cultures together might not give you the results that, or the desired results, I guess.
Yeah, I think, as I said for the previous answer, that I did think about if we are going to separate, then still do we do smaller groups, large groups of people, and even if we are going to separate, if we are going to make small groups, then that doesn't necessarily have to have only one culture in it. Are we wanting to separate people just because that's essentially good? I don't know, because if we mix different ideas, people learn from each other, and the world can be a better place, I think. So.
Okay. Thank you, Manish. I think we're going to have to close it there. But if you want to say thank you to Manish once more. Thank you. Okay, next up is Phil Tunman, who will be known to many of you. He's a fabulous senior learning technologist, part of the team here. He's going to be talking about his PhD research on visualizing social learning. I'm looking forward to hearing this to find out what he does. So it's
Okay, well, thanks for listening. It's a little bit after lunch. You might be getting a bit tired by now. It's Stand Up Friday. If you didn't know that, Stand Up for Work Friday. So if you want to stand up at any point, that's perfectly fine. You know, you can do that. So I'm here to talk about my work on visualizing social learning, and particularly for discoverability, and hopefully that will become apparent as we go forward. So just to kind of go through some of the things. So first of all, we're just going to look and think more about what is meant by social learning, what has been meant by social learning in the past. I'm going to present some initial results from some initial studies that we've done, and then we'll all get a chance to do a little task. So try and get some interactivity in, and then I'll talk about maybe some pedagogical strategies that might be useful, and I will demonstrate some prototype. I emphasize the word prototype. Some prototype technologies around the idea of discoverability. So before I start, I'd like to say thank you again. Thank you to Phil, who's just been talking there, who's my PhD supervisor, Phil Benishaw, and Murat, who I think Manish mentioned as well as my other PhD supervisor, and to the students that's helped me develop the prototypes, and that is Michael Holland and Bryce Anderson. Okay, I will get on, and this is building the suspense. Okay, and I'll try and pull some of these things in that have been mentioned before as I go along. So okay, so we started looking at FutureLearn and what FutureLearn says about itself when it comes to social learning. So this is from the FutureLearn website. Why it works: feels less like a forced conversation and more like a chat with your friends. Sounds quite nice. I like that. And then some more quotes that I've got from another paper. So it's intended to free-flowing discussion intended to emulate a water cooler conversation about the immediate contents. We're kind of getting a little bit more theoretical, and down to the Lorelei conversational framework. It's a conversation at the level of actions, where discussion is directed towards interpreting the learning materials that we've just seen, and maybe some people in the room will recognize where that comes from. So kind of, moving on from there, we'll have a look at a bit more detail at the conversational framework and just see what's meant by this conversational framework. So we've got here, continue an iterative dialogue between teacher and student, which reveals the participants' conceptions and the variations between them. So this idea that people are talking, between them become revealed, and and through discussion hopefully become synthesized. I'm hoping that's a reasonable one-sentence summary of the thing. And for another one, for e-learning practitioners, this poses the question: which online technologies are best suited to supporting the range of experiences needed for this significant online learning to take place? I'm going to think more carefully. It'll become apparent as I go along. But instead of online technologies, which I think in the past has been referred to more in terms of content formats, content types, I'm trying to think more about what, and I'm going to shy away from the word affordances, but what platform affordances, I'm going to use the word, what physical properties of the platform. And maybe you'll get why I've made those subtle distinctions. Let's not worry about that. But before we go there, let's have a look at some other social learning theories, just to contextualize this conversational framework within other social learning theories. So we go back to some socio-cultural theories, Vygotsky, and there was someone mentioned earlier about facilitation, this idea of peer facilitation and the experienced other. So this idea of Vygotsky, to what extent is the structure of the platform giving us a zone of proximal development by which the experienced other can help the less experienced other, just to sort of get down to what I mean by that. Some other social learning theory experiments. We've got Bandura and the famous doll experiment, which is more learning through imitation as opposed to learning through behavior, drill and practice type thing. It's learning through imitating what you see. Oh, is that not working? Okay. So down to something that's more, maybe more akin to conversational framework, the social construction of knowledge. So constructions of knowledge through competing connective hypotheses, people putting hypotheses out there and then, you know, finding out where the dissonance and where the connections between them are. And I've referenced directly there a platform, which is maybe quite old now, Knowledge Forum or CSEAL, which is Marlene Scardamilia, I think, as platform, which is kind of about people doing research, putting ideas forward, and then those ideas becoming connected through physical properties of the platform. We may have heard of communities of practice. So this is just another social learning theory, situating through new knowledge through participation. So the idea of going through these is just to think about, you know, in what sense can FutureLearn, you know, in what sense can MOOCs type of learning experience. And finally, we've got a more kind of network learning, connectivism, the sort of knowledge as the sum of the network as opposed to being somewhere inside the individual. Okay, so that's kind of a round trip of all kinds of social learning that I've had a look at, and now we'll go to some of my initial analyses that I did on the FutureLearn platform. So to start with, I looked at interaction on the Future platform, which was percentage of total conversations as measured by the thread length. So this was a quantitative study. I just looked at literally the thread length, how many replies were an original post, how many replies did they get? And I looked at that to start with 18 months ago on 10 courses. And this is my FutureLearn graph, which basically, you know, displayed. And I think there's a bit of a difference here in one, but the difference has become less and less as you get towards 6 and 7. Now I know from my work with other learning spaces, with smaller groups of learners, that you tend to find that these conversations, these threaded discussions, become really long actually. So for it to sort of drop off a cliff somewhere near down to, you know, when you get to 10 and literally there's like 1 in one of the courses, which is 21 long. So I started looking, I thought, well, you know, that's with 10. And then I had to look a bit further. So just in December, I think it was, I added another 7 courses to it. And the graph is more or less, you know, we've got slightly different starting points, but we've got more or less the same thing. So I'm reading this in terms of indicative of the depth of connective and competing hypotheses that are presented on the platform. And we're having a look at what we're doing. So we're having a look at this. I'm indicating from this quantitative study what kind of depth of construction is happening. And you see, I think the ideas are relatively the same. So I'm hypothesizing from these 2 results that perhaps it's something structurally baked into the sort of the physical properties of the platform, which are making this kind of result show, and the fact it's replicable amongst 17 courses. I'd be interested to see whether that's just Lancaster courses or whether that would go for all courses, but I suspect that it might be for other ones. So then I started looking, and we were talking about the like and the most liked comments earlier. So I started looking at the relationship of likes to thread length. So another physical property of the platform, and what relationship does that have to thread length, which is indicative of depth of argumentation, dialectic. And so we did linear regression analysis, and likes, which is a physical property of the platform, and length of conversation, found that our likes had a significant relationship with the length of the thread. So more likes, longer thread. That's basically the conclusion there. Big thumbs up. And I looked at another property, which was not a physical property of the platform, but may be indicative of depth of meaning in terms of word count. how many words people are saying. You can say more in more words, obviously. And that did not have a significant relationship with thread length. So this is kind of giving me the idea that there are things structurally baked into the platform that basically mean that certain features which are upvoted in the code almost create these conversations. That's what we're looking at. So that's my hypothesis. Is this because most liked has their own filter? This is in answer to the question that we were looking at earlier. I think, and I don't have the user data to support this, but I think that learners will go to the platform, they'll open the comments, they'll read a few comments, and then they'll be like, I'm not reading 17 pages of this. Let's just look at the most liked ones. And then they go to the most liked ones, and that's where they start replying. That's where the conversations start happening. That's my hypothesis. I think it's fair, but in the question, do come back to me if you don't think it's fair. And is this evidence of a positive feedback cycle? So a kind of a Matthew principle, or a kind of a rich get richer kind of principle, which is maybe not necessarily what we're looking for when we're looking at a kind of a pure social learning experience. So is it more likes, more visibility, equals longer threads, equals the potential for more social construction? That's what I'm asking. Is that evidence? Okay. And let's have a look. So we're looking at the relationship between, I've written platform affordances there in brackets, and I kind of mean physical properties of the platform, the socio-material hypothesis, I call it. But to recap my findings, we find that interaction levels measured as thread length are consistent across courses, indicating that the cause is structural rather than based on content or in the content of the conversations. And that most liked comments, which is a physical property of the platform, are significantly related to longer threads, and longer threads potentially indicate more negotiation and dialectic engagement. That's the idea. So the physical properties of technology are the constraints to the learning experiences, or flipping it the other way, the physical properties of the technology that you're exposed to when you're using the platform will build the learning experience that you're looking for. So two ways of looking at that kind of thing. And going back to the question that we had at the beginning, which online technologies, physical properties, are best suited to supporting the range of experiences needed for significant online learning to take place? So I've got two ideas I'm going to put forward. I've got a pedagogical strategy that I'm going to put forward that's based upon the relationship with likes. And I've got a physical property, a plugin to the platform, which I want to demonstrate, which is more related to increasing thread length. That's kind of the two things, that's where we're going to go from here. So let's have a look. Oh no, we're doing our reading task first, sorry. I'll do that after. Okay, let's do our reading task. So we'll stop for a second and stop listening to me. And what we're going to do is I picked a random comment from the dyslexia course, which we were exposed to earlier today. Quite a long comment, and I just thought we could all take a minute just to read it and just to think about how long it might take us to read this comment and formulate a reply to said comment. That's the task. So, and that's who did it. So I'll give you 1 minute to do that. You can put your hands up maybe when you think you've formulated a reply. Actually 10 more seconds to think. You maybe have not formulated a reply, but that would maybe prove. we've got a few people who've formulated a reply to this thing. So let's move on then. So this is a random comment. It's a couple of 100 words long. This is a standardish thing that you might see on FutureLearn. If you're to engage in the social learning aspects of the platform, you read something a bit like this, you formulate a reply, you reply to it. That's the negotiation. Then you reply to their reply, and it all becomes kind of a synthesized thing. Let's do some back of an envelope mathematics there. This course didn't attract one comment, unsurprisingly. It attracted 80,703 comments. And that step alone had 2,500. So there's a couple of questions there. Is that comment something you wanted to read? Was it a good investment of your time? Or would your time have better been invested reading another comment? Because, you know, we'll move on to this. So if you took 1 minute to read that previous comment, think about it, formulate a reply, it would take you 56 solid days without sleep, or 1,345 hours to read all the comments on the course. And maybe that's unfair. This is back of an envelope. This is abacus maths. So let's halve the number because some comments are not that long. We've still got over 650 hours. But okay. Let's quarter it because, you know, that's quite a deep comment, you know. You're not necessarily going to reply to that. Let's quarter it. Still 325 hours. Now, how long do you think it is advertised to take that course per week? How much time investment is advertised? 3 hours a week. So we're only 100 times off if we're going to try and engage fully with the social learning user-generated content that is put on the platform. Okay, so you know that's going to be quite difficult. So moving forward from this, we've got to think what we're going to do about this. You know, we're 100 times off in the time. I mean, that's not including watching the videos either. So I mean, watching the videos, reading the articles, reading the comments, formulating replies to the comments. You should put a couple more notes on that, really. It's going to take you all week, all the time to do this course. So what we need is a filtering strategy, and this is kind of where we move on to discoverability. So we need a filtering strategy. And this is my first filtering strategy, this idea of pedagogic tagging. So we looked earlier, and hopefully, yes, we saw the most liked comments, and just by magic, I went to a random step on the dyslexia course. I went to every comment, no reply, no reply, no reply. Most liked, first one had like 3 replies to it, you know, just to sort of, you know, on the surface, prove my point. So that's kind of, you know, there's a comment, it's got a reply, most liked, it's a physical property of the platform. What other things can we bake into the platform to give us a good filtering strategy? So is like a good thing? I mean, I've got a question mark about this. What does like actually mean? Does it mean that's a well-structured comment? Does it mean that's a really good summary? Does it mean you synthesize those points really well there? You know, or, I disagree with that. That's a challenging, you know, hypothesis you're putting forward there. I think you're wrong. I mean, does it mean all those things? None of those things? You know, and so I come up with this idea of maybe having tagging. So you could encourage the users to tag their own comments. And I thought, here's just some things that I just pulled out of the air, not quite out of the air, but nearly out of the air. So agree, disagree. Is this real experience that we're talking about? Am I just putting my experience forward? This is real experience. And then the synthesis of different people's real experience into a new hypothesis. This is kind of bringing us back to the social learning constructivist theory. Is it a summary or clarification? And the more I read about this, coming back to facilitation, I sometimes wonder if mentors, we sort of talk about, oh, there's these peer mentors and they're on the platform and they do stuff and everyone appreciates it. Well, what do they do? You know, do they answer people's questions with kind of factual answers? Yes, 1 + 1 does equal 2. Thank you. You know, or would it be better if the facilitator's task was to go on the platform, read some comments, and then give a summary of what they've read, and then kind of, you know, you sort of so that becomes a summary comment, and then you can filter by everything that has got summary on it. Let's go through some more questioning, further reading, or users could just come up with their own tags, and so you can generate these kinds of Twitter-based communities around kind of, you know, this idea that I think that's funny, you know, I think that's kind of whatever it is, and people can create their own cliques around this tagging. So that's kind of a pedagogical strategy that I thought. And other things, we've got enabling social learning. You may not be able to see that, but it's a needle in a haystack. And that's kind of the discoverability. This is a thing, filtering discoverability. That's what I'm thinking about. So we're going to look at visualization very briefly, and we've already talked about pedagogical strategies. So these are the prototype things that I've developed with help from from the computing department here. We've got a word cloud, which will give you all the comments, all the user-generated data visualized into a word cloud, and on clicking on the word, redraws the word cloud to only give the comments, which include that word, and then to give a link back to that comment. So this is just to try and improve the, try and increase the number of threads that we get, basically. And then we have this other strange graph here, which I will explain in some detail. This is quite experimental. It's a bit of a shot there. So the idea of this thing here, and we'll show them in a second, is that you're in the center here. That's you, and that's all your comments. And based upon the words that you use, all these other people are kind of clustered close or, far away from you. So this person uses nearly the same words as you, whereas this person here uses different words to you. So that's at the level of analysis of word. It's not collocation, it's not sentence, it's not meaning, it's not context, it's just word. And hopefully Tim's going to bring this thing up here. So here we are. This is, like I say, it's a prototype. So we've got the dyslexia course, and this is our user. This is user ID, and here is the thing. So if you click on a couple of nodes there, Tim, that one. There we go, down the bottom, we can see there all the comments that user has. So this is a filtering. We've got two filters. We've got one filter that's based upon what the content is in terms of word, and we've got another filter based upon who the people are and their proximity to me in terms of semantics. They're the two visualizations that I've got. And you want to pull the word cloud one up as well? That's just moocs.lancaster/word cloud. And we'll have a look at that one. Take index away. There we go. Just put dyslexia in there. That's a good one to put in. Oh, go back here in. Dyslexia. Yeah. So we'll see in a second. This is going to draw a word cloud from the dyslexia course. If you click on a couple of words, Tim. So click on some different words. I think this is my original idea. So we have all the words. There's some big ones: dyslexia, teaching English. But then there's some really interesting ones when you look: approach, encounter. I think there's one in here that you find comprehension. That's a nice word. There's one phonological. That's a nice word that's in there, and it will give you to a level of 2 all the different things. And you click on the link, and let's just click on the link, Tim, and that should take me back to the FutureLearn course, directly to that comment, and then you can hit reply and reply to it if you wish. So there we go. We'll go back to my presentation now. We will. That's it basically. Oh, back on. Okay. There we go. And that's the end of my presentation. So any time for questions.
Have we got any questions? Oh, we have. We've got quite a few. I will get to you, Derek.
So one of the things that I think I was getting from your talk is that there's this kind of base idea that learners would be better served by participating in existing threads than by sort of just commenting into the ether by themselves, i.e. starting a brand new thread. Is that fair, first of all?
I can say I haven't thought of it that way, but I can see how you would get that from the visualizations that I've got. This is more about participation, although I think what I'm trying to think of a broad range of pedagogical strategies that you should undertake when you're specifically looking at a massive open online course as opposed to a small group online course. And I think one of those things was to surface other people such that people can connect with each other. And that was kind of the whole idea of the node diagram.
Well, and I guess I thought this because you sort of were proposing, I think, that you wanted to basically have that curve have a fatter tail. So have, as a proportion, more threads that were longer on that curve that you opened with. I think,
yeah. I think that's something that I would be pleased to see that, I think, because it would indicate to me, although without doing the detailed content analysis on what is actually said, that does kind of predicate on the fact that people are replying in a logical way rather than just putting their replies as an original post.
Nearly. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm almost there. Okay, so I guess the thing that I was trying to get to is just that, to me, any comment at all is glorious social participation, and I want as many people to comment in whatever way they feel like they're getting something out of it. So because there's this kind of uncharted one tick to the left of everyone who does the course and doesn't say anything. And so I want to move those people to the right.
Yeah.
And if someone wants to share their experience and that's part of how they're social, then that's great. And if someone wants to comment on someone else's comment, then that's great. And so I just want I want to think about like more social activity across the board as opposed to like encouraging thread participation in kind of isolation, right? And that was all.
Yeah, I mean,
pushing.
I can see that, but I just go back to the theoretical precepts of the social learning, which is about putting your real experience, synthesizing said real experience into something new, and that becoming sort of the co-construction of knowledge. And I accept everything you've said, and I think the visualizations that I've given, what I didn't say is that I think there's different ways you can sort of spin those visualizations. So I brought on this idea on the table about pedagogical tagging. So I think you could have a word cloud just based on everything that is preceded by a hashtag. So you can kind of say, okay, I just want to read real experience here. People's questions or any other hashtag anyone might want to put on. I think you could, looking at the data sets, you could do it based upon, you know, my own comments. So you can get a feeling of what my own comments look like in terms of everyone else's. You get a feeling of just different weeks' comments, you know, and kind of, you know, I think there's filtering within that filtering. That was kind of the initial prototype. But I accept what you say about moving people from non-social to social is one thing. I'm just trying to think of social to social learning.
Just wondering whether you adequately distinguish between thread length and thread weight. So 200 comments that don't reply to each other is a weighty thread, but not a short one. And whereas a long thread, I would say, is, you know, comment, reply.
Yeah, I think that is a limitation of the quantitative analysis, that I assume that everyone is sort of replying to each other perfectly. And if they're not replying to each other perfectly, I think it brings more the idea that data should be visualized in a way such that people can find it. Otherwise, you know, it's going to get lost. I mean, it's back to the whole needle in the haystack problem.
Yeah, and the other thing is that is your distribution a simple power law distribution?
Yeah,
because if it is, then it might simply imply that there's a gravitational effect that people see an existing reply, and they're slightly more likely to reply where there's already a reply than to an empty one.
Well, I think actually you see more of them. The first thing on there was actually one reply. So the top of the power graph there was actually one question. One original post, one reply. So actually, the majority of conversations in that respect are one thing, one reply, rather than people gravitating towards, oh, there's a reply there, I'll do 2, 3, 4, 5. It's actually maybe the other way around, yeah.
Okay, I think we can take one more, and then it's T.
Thank you for that. That was fantastic. One concern I have, and I wonder if you have considered this, is the danger of that kind of discoverability to push people into filter bubbles and only see things that are like the things they are producing already.
Yeah, I think that's fair. People have said that to me before, this idea that you're only going to look at things. But I think that's the idea of actually just taking everything down to the level of the unit of analysis being basically the word, and particularly the node diagram. There's nothing stopping you clicking on the nodes that are a long way away from you. You know, and you would encourage people, if they're trying to look at challenging things, they can click on words that they hadn't already thought of. You know, so it's not. I don't think that's necessarily a thing. I mean, the whole idea of developing it is to help the learners that are on the platform already. It's not to look at what they've done and say, oh, look how many people went on this step, look how many people participated fully, look how many social learners we had in a post hoc way. It's kind of saying, what can I do right now to the learners on the platform to help them learn? and the visualizations are just there to use however you wish to use them. And I don't think they say, oh, I notice you're using all these words, therefore I'm only going to show you people like you. They're just showing you everyone, and you've got the ability to click on that range.
Phil, thank you. We have another presentation by video at 3. So what I suggest is that we have refreshments now, but maybe just grab a coffee and come back in. Is that okay? I'd love to offer more opportunity for general discussion, but time's against us, I'm afraid. Okay, thank you. that people might have trains to get to and things, so I've got to be, we've got to be on time. So I don't know. Are we all here? Or are we missing some people? I think some people have drifted anywhere, but we'll crack on anyway. The next presentation's a bit different. We've got Tracy Farrell-Frey. I think I pronounced that right. She will correct me, I'm sure. She's from the Open University. She's a PhD research student for the Knowledge Media Institute. And what she'll be talking about is her research on the affordances from learning.
Hi, Tim. How are you?
Self-regulated learning. Now, this is a little unusual. It might not be unusual for FLAN, but it's unusual to me.
Yes, I can.
So,
can you hear me?
So Tracy's going to be here on Skype at the same time as the video of her presentation is going to be up there. So, okay.
Hi, everyone. I'm sorry I can't be there with you in person today. My name is Tracy Farrell-Frey. Hi, everyone. I'm sorry I can't be there with you in person today. My name is Tracy Farrell-Frey, and I'm a PhD student at the Knowledge Media Institute at the Open University in Milton Keynes. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to talk with you today and to share some insights from my research. I've wanted to gain a closer contact with the FutureLearn Academic Network, so I'm also hoping that by the end of my presentation I can encourage you to take part in my research and add to it some of your unique perspectives. Today I'm just going to be talking to you about my approach to learning analytics. To give you an idea of the structure, I was considering to jump right into my research project and to talk with you about the evidence that I've collected and the questions that I hope to answer. But then I realized that telling you how I arrived at my research topic for myself would give you the best insight into what I'm doing and why I think it's important. So I want to tell you that story. I'll give you a description of some of the foundational experiments that I did that have informed my current work. I'll talk to you about some insights from my current work and some future perspectives as I see them, in particular for developing learning analytics as a tool to support learning and teaching practice. So the prologue to that story is this definition of learning analytics. Many of you will already be familiar with what learning analytics is, but essentially it involves using all the information that we can collect about learners inside of the learning environment and sometimes outside of it to improve their educational experience. And essentially, learning analytics is about three main things: getting evidence, interpreting evidence, and applying evidence to have impact. And this includes exploring the structures around learning, the people inside the process of learning, and of course, learning itself. And in online learning environments, we have a lot of potential to develop this field, and to a certain extent, we're right at the forefront. So that says something about both how much we do know already about the topic and how much we don't know. But when I arrived at the topic of learning analytics, I didn't have any preconceived notions. I was actually hired under a studentship about self-regulated learning. So I'm going to show you a matrix developed by Paul Pintrich just to illustrate with you what we mean when we talk about self-regulated learning. Research describes four main areas, which you'll see across the top of the matrix, inside of which an individual can self-regulate: their cognition, motivation, affect, behavior, and context. Across these four areas, individuals engage in certain types of activities, which you can see in the middle part of the matrix. And this happens during different phases of self-regulation, which you see along the left side. And that includes your forethought, your monitoring, your control, and eventually reflection and evaluation, which then feed back into subsequent phases. Now, these activities don't occur in the way that it's neatly presented here, but I feel that organizing it in this way helps to illustrate just how difficult self-regulation actually is to achieve on a conscious level, and how important metacognitive awareness is for all of these activities you see inside the matrix. It's not an easy skill to learn, even if it's something that's easy to grasp and understand. So when I thought about looking at self-regulation with online learners, I thought, we have so much data about them, we can actually help them to gain metacognitive awareness through our data. So in my previous capacity, I was working as a trainer and consultant on issues of social justice in the European Voluntary Service. So when I was introduced to the concept of learning analytics by colleagues at KMI, I immediately began to think about how I would apply something like that to my own work. And I was thinking about, when we think about learning in the non-formal education sector, we also talk about issues of social justice and other things that impact a learner's ability to be successful. But it was often difficult to get learners to accept certain realities about diversity that influence that context part of the self-regulated learning matrix, like the existence of racism or sexism or other structural injustices and the consequences that these issues have on learners who experience them. So I wrote this paper on how learning analytics could support critical pedagogy and to help learners to reflect on their context of learning and the consequences that it had on their learning experiences. But in developing that paper, I understood that the process by which we interpret data is actually the linchpin, and it really depends on people's personal epistemologies and their ability to be metacognitively aware of their activities. And interpretation in this way is very in-depth, and many students don't have the ability or experience in asking themselves these types of questions. And especially when you're dealing with learning inside of controversial or ill-structured issues, like racism or sexism would be. So I began to investigate the idea of how to prompt students to produce effective critical discussion. So I conducted a small experiment in which I gave several triads of learners a controversial scenario in which 5 characters appear, and they had to agree within the group on a ranking of the characters from the worst to the best behaved. I primed the groups with 3 different sets of question prompts that were intended to trigger metacognitive processes. So one was basic instructional prompts, so do this now, for example, like set a goal now. Metacognitive prompts were more about why it would be important to conduct a certain activity at a given point. And then the last groups received epistemological prompts, which was more about how the group would know when they had solved the task successfully. I observed that priming the students with more general epistemological prompts, so to think about knowledge and the nature of knowing, did help them to have more robust critical discussions and to arrive at more satisfactory solutions to the task. But there too, I found a loose thread. The group receiving the epistemological prompts also asked a lot more questions. And some of these questions were productive and some were not. And I thought about the necessity of good inquiry skills for interpretation and how much emphasis we place on that in non-formal education. So it reminded me of a method from non-formal education that I developed to encourage and promote good question asking skills among my learners. And I was interested to see if this method could be digitized and to see if learning analytics could help me to supplement my role as a facilitator in tracking the group's process inside of this particular activity and giving the group the information it needs to generate insights from the exercise. So myself and 2 colleagues wrote a paper on digitizing this method and its usefulness and reflection for the ECTEL conference last year. And this year we're starting to build it actually with 2 additional colleagues from the ECTEL community. What did all of these explorations show me? First, I realized that I was thinking about learning analytics in terms of its direct contribution towards solving existing challenges for which my own solutions are insufficient. And second, I reflected that other educators have ideas, and possibly very different ideas than researchers, about what's important and what they can do with learning analytics data. So I began to think about learning analytics from the perspective of affordances, and I'll describe what I mean by that in just a few moments. But first, coming back shortly to learning analytics, the research literature indicates that impact is the big issue now in the learning analytics community to close that gap between what we think we know and what impact it actually has. So the potentials and the theoretical ideas are now being supplemented with a strong call for collecting evidence and finding proof. Some of you might be familiar with the LACE Evidence Hub for Learning Analytics Research. And with the investment that institutions are making into learning analytics, we do need to think strategically about which ideas to further develop and support and in which places, and which should be implemented at large scale. And I think it's important to think about impact qualitatively because ultimately it is about awareness and decision-making, knowledge and regulation. And this is a very individual thing that involves the agencies of learners, of educators, of institutions, all making decisions each day about how to engage in the educational experience. It's important to know what people are doing and why they're doing it to start to unpack some of the barriers that might be there to reaching the state where learning analytics does meet all of those proposed expectations that are evident from its description. And when you speak to people and you ask them to describe how they do what they do and why they do it, you can understand more about their intentionality and strategy, which are simply awareness and decision-making in action. So I chose because I felt that it could say the most about intentionality and strategy. Affordance theory, which became popular in the 60s and then again in the late 90s and 2000s as part of the human-computer interaction field of research, basically describes how we perceive objects and their qualities that help us to understand what a possible purpose for that object might be. So in the center of this diagram, you see a knob, you perceive it with all your senses, you touch it, it's round, it moves, and you can see that it affords twisting, turning, pulling, grasping. And in the case of my research, I imagined that learning analytics was the object and that my participants could tell me what qualities they saw in learning analytics and the actionable properties that they could observe. And in particular, I was interested in knowing to which extent educators and learners would perceive specific affordances of learning analytics without me prompting them. Would they see learning analytics as a valuable tool for improving their practice? And then I wanted to know if types of affordances were domain or platform specific. Would a social scientist feel the same way about learning analytics as an engineer? Would a FutureLearn educator feel the same about learning analytics as an OU associate lecturer, for example? And I wanted to see, as I'm still interested in how learning analytics can support self-regulation, if the affordances could be mapped to that matrix that I showed you earlier from Pinterest, to see which areas or phases would be the focus of students and which would be the focus of instructors. Now, the first thing I asked myself was, why do I feel these questions are not answered yet? So I had to look through the proceedings of the last few years of Learning Analytics Knowledge Conference to pull out all the tools that were intended for use by either educators or learners with learning analytics that were presented at the conference. And what I found was that a large percentage of these tools were never developed past the theoretical mock-up phase, and as such, they were also never tested in an authentic environment. In addition, a lot of evaluations of tools are task-based, so can the user perform the task as described using the system? And for me, this removes the possibility of investigating intentionality or strategy because the goal is already provided to the user. Even though usability studies rely very much on task-based evaluations, a lot of evaluations are quantitative, so we can't answer some of the questions that we might have about why users did what they did. But the most worrying was that even of the tools that could demonstrate a positive impact in an authentic environment, many tools were no longer in use. And I felt that I needed to get a better picture of why that is, and I wanted to start with the utility of the tool. And the reason for this is that we know from research on technology adoption that the biggest reason for drop-off in use is that the usefulness of the tool or the insights it provides are not determined to be worth the effort required to obtain them. So I refined my research questions a bit to ask myself, do learning analytics tools really address existing problems that are relevant enough for educators and learners, and for which their existing solutions are insufficient, similar to myself? To give you an idea of my methodology, I chose a qualitative methodology to explore this. And I first wanted to get some initial impressions from learners and educators about their practice. So I conducted some exploratory semi-structured interviews, which I'll describe in a bit more detail in a moment. And then in a subsequent phase, in order to narrow in on some of the issues that educators and learners discussed in the interviews, I conducted some focus groups with educators and learners, which is still in process, and I'll discuss that a little bit later as well. And finally, as I do continue to be interested in what learning analytics can provide for improving metacognitive awareness in learning, I am mapping the evidence that I've collected to self-regulated learning theory. And finally, as a final bookend, I'm conducting some observations to see if what educators express in their interviews in the focus groups matches their actual use of learning analytics in an authentic setting. So here's just some information on the semi-structured interviews that I did. I spoke with 10 educators and 20 learners from a variety of different contexts. And what I'd like to draw your attention to is the questions that I proposed to my participants. When I was thinking of my own research questions and the foundational experiments upon which they were based, I wanted to get ideas that could tell me something about intentionality and strategy. So I primed my participants in the discussion by asking them about some of the challenges they currently have for which they don't have sufficient solutions. I asked them to tell me about their desired states as well. So how they pictured a successful classroom so that I could understand the nature of their challenges and what they were trying to achieve. And then I asked them about some of the things that they're currently doing and that they think can be done to influence teaching and learning positively. So their mechanisms for achieving that desired state. I was looking to see if educators would mention learning analytics specifically as a supportive tool. And I wanted them to think about analytics more generally. So I didn't prompt them to discuss learning analytics, but just asked at the end if they hadn't mentioned them already, if they were familiar with learning analytics and what opportunities they could perceive. The same was true of the focus groups. To limit their bias, I tried not to introduce my focus group participants to specific tools, but rather to specific types of tools. So I introduced them to all the demographic information that can be collected about learners. I introduced them to all of the VLE data and all of the, even external to the VLE data that it's possible to collect with certain learning analytics tools, and talked to them a little about multimodal analytics, where you're using sensors to look at skin conductivity or track eye movements. And I wanted them to think pie in the sky, even if it was prohibitive in terms of cost. I wanted them to think about what would be possible to be done with each of these types of analytic tools. And this was done in stages with brainstorming after each stage on affordances. So each time I added a new type of data, I asked the instructors to think about what they would do with it. So just to share with you some preliminary findings, first from the learner micro-interviews. As my focus was on learning as a general goal of the educational experience, I asked learners how they knew they were learning, so how they could recognize it. And when we coded learner statements about how they know they're learning, we were looking for elements of self-regulation, so those cognitive, emotional, behavioral, or contextual triggers that let the individual know they were learning. And we found that most statements contained elements of more than one. But just to give you an idea, cognitive statements typically involve things about inquiring knowledge or reflecting on knowledge. Contextual statements often had to do with comparisons of one against many. So the student against peers, one idea against a web of existing ideas. And behavioral statements often had to do with comparison to oneself, so one's previous performance. We only had one completely emotional statement about learning, which was the last one in the gray bubble here, from a participant who always could recognize that she was learning when she felt uncomfortable on the inside. So from the educator interviews, again, the focus was on intentionality and strategy. So to do this, I started by asking them about their challenges to digital pedagogy and the ways in which they coped with it. And one of the things I noticed immediately was that without prompting, each of the educators I spoke to did wind up mentioning what they perceived to be the goal of education. And that clustered around three specific goals: to please learners, so learner satisfaction; to prepare learners to enter the workforce, so preparing for practice; and to develop strong minds with critical thinking skills. And the domains of the educators that I spoke to also clustered around these goals in the way that you see here, with a definite emphasis on the STEM sciences and preparing for practice, and the arts, humanities, and social sciences and developing strong minds. Having that goal as the lens through which to interpret the other data in the transcripts, and there were over 650 minutes of interviews to transcribe, some interesting things did emerge. Educators focused on developing strong minds tended to talk more about challenges around creating community and strong interaction among students. Those who were preparing learners for practice tended to focus more on challenges in not knowing enough about students to prepare adequately for them, or about students not understanding the level of effort required for success. And learner satisfaction included a mixture of these concerns. It makes sense then that in the desired state, the way that educators knew they were doing a good job is for those who are preparing learners for practice, ultimately about learner progress. Are they getting better? Good. But for educators focused on developing strong minds or satisfying learners, they had a lot more indicators of success, some of which are not formalized at all in terms of assessment. So for example, for educators who were talking about developing strong minds, this euphoric, engaging conversation in class and on the forum, or their own emotions as educators, played a larger role. And this had an impact on the kinds of data that educators need to understand if their desired state has been reached, and where they get this data from. So the main sources of data can be seen here on the left, and the description of what the educators are doing with that data on the right. Learning analytics were specifically mentioned in the themes and the descriptions that are marked with a star here. So the VLE data, the institutional analytics, educators' homegrown analytics, which are their own spreadsheets and notes, and of course self-report from survey data that we collect about students. Drilling down on those statements that specifically referred to learning analytics, these are the types of data for which educators were already drawing upon learning analytics to gain insights. So these are already the affordances that they could perceive. A few interesting things can be noted from this chart. For educators that were interested in developing strong minds, there seemed to be a lot more confidence that learning analytics could tell them something about learner engagement, so how active they are in the forum, which resources they looked at, how much time they spent in the system. But they didn't feel so confident that learning analytics could tell them much about learning. On the other hand, for educators focused on preparing learners for practice, they felt that learning analytics, as they understood them, could tell them a great deal about learning, assessing issues like cognitive load, tracking at-risk students, and predicting learner performance. They also felt more strongly about the potential of learning analytics to improve learning design. One thing that could be noted here is that there were also class size differences. Of all the educators who felt that learning design was possible to examine more closely with learning analytics, they had course sizes of more than 100 students. And many of them had course sizes of more than 1,000 students. And this says something about those types of specific needs. Now, at the moment, I didn't note any platform differences, as I did have participants from institutions similar to FutureLearn in my study, but I would be very interested in conducting a focus group or some interviews with members of your network to see if that thought bears out. And indeed, where educators are drawing information from is also key. So those who are interested in developing strong minds and have these more qualitative descriptions of educational success, they tend to draw their information more from their own observation, from self-report like student surveys, and from their own reflections and intuitions. Educators that were preparing for practice do draw more heavily on the types of VLE data and institutional analytics that were available to them. And educators focused on learner satisfaction often created their own homegrown analytics based on their individual proxies for learner emotion. Now, the educator focus groups are nearly complete, and as I told you, I'm hoping to conduct a FutureLearn focus group, so I don't want to tell you too much about this particular part of the project, also because the analysis is not yet complete. But I can present you with a couple of word clouds from the coded transcripts that might help give you an idea of what people are thinking about. So one of the things we noticed first in terms of what educators are currently doing with analytics is that module chairs tend to focus on cohort level analysis and modification of learning design. That's module chairs and other senior academics or senior individuals involved in certain institutions. Whereas tutors and associate lecturers tended to want more real-time data to help evaluate learner skills, so more milestones, and help to classify possibly different types of learners. So there were some instructors educators that spoke with us about how, especially for these large classes, that preparing for everyone and their mother was very difficult, and it would be helpful for them if they could understand who's just there to have a look, who wants to have a certificate out of this, who wants to know all the nitty-gritty details. It would help them to target their lesson plan more. Major issues that educators mentioned had to do with relevance and data overload. Now, this is different from when I conducted my first interviews, which were about, mostly concerns were about ethics. So this shows that the field has advanced to some degree in the minds of educators in terms of their willingness to consider using learning analytics data. Then again, if you do have one goal and you have already a way to assess whether or not you've met that goal, all the other data that is being thrown at educators may seem like a bit of noise. So that's one issue that will be important in terms of the relevance of the data for the individual educators. Another big issue was that they both trusted and didn't trust their own skills in interpreting the data. They wanted someone to be able to show them how to use a specific tool, for example, sitting down with them for an hour, or maybe highlight some of the unknown unknowns that they wouldn't have known about their particular module or course. So this was like, I was referring to it as wanting the statistician in the basement that you could ask to do your bidding. But then the educators would like for these people to back off and let them see how they can use it and interpret it, and let them choose not to if they didn't feel like it was going to help them. From doing an initial mapping to self-regulated learning theory, educators see a lot of opportunity in using analytics that's relevant for self-regulated learning. However, I felt that there's one gap in their perceptions, and this is around using learning analytics to orientate themselves on a goal. Rather, the learning analytics are viewed as a way of achieving a goal that isn't always in line with institutional perspectives, but more with the educator's personal belief structure. Educators also didn't seem to see enough opportunity in planning for self-observation or setting up the conditions in which learning analytics can support learners in tracking their own progress. In fact, some educators doubted that learners would even be able to effectively understand and interpret learning analytics data, which may be able to be traced back to their beliefs that learners often don't understand their own goals, and that these goals do change over time. One potential area for learning analytics research could be to help students to recognize their goal based on their activities and to trigger that metacognitive process when a change in behavior has been recognized in the data. But unfortunately, this data is not really available to students at the Open University. So in terms of preliminary implications for learning analytics development, and please feel free in the question and answer to tell me if you feel that these interpretations don't resonate with you, I feel that analytics tools need to be anchored specifically to the goals of the educator and to provide flexibility for the educator to explore and work with the data in a way that's relevant for their specific role. And the reason for that is because when you follow through from the goal of education all the way through to the mechanisms that the educator has in place in order to reach their goal, their ideology and their epistemic belief do influence that goal orientation and adoption, and therefore how the educators do perceive and use learning analytics. So I'd like to work with that rather than against it. Also, affordances can provide context for connecting learning design and learning analytics to better understand impact. At the moment, a lot of the research literature is around using learning analytics to determine the impact of certain learning designs. My experiments or my evidence showed me that oftentimes the learning design can tell you something about the types of learning analytics that that educator might find useful. Also, as I've mentioned before, the closer that the individual is to the learner, the more interest in having real-time data exists. And the closer the individual is to the institution, so your module chairs and senior academics, the more interested they are in predictive data. For social sciences and arts domains, they're more interested in tools like social analytics that can tell them something about the interaction and communication among students and with students. And for STEM sciences, they might be open to those VLE institutional analytics and performance predictive analytics. And finally, learners are prepared and even need comparative data, comparing against their previous performance and comparing against the performance of others. And learning analytics can help them to have this information upon which to develop their future strategies. So I would absolutely recommend that in the future that we consider developing more stronger analytics tools that are student-facing. So just to share with you some challenges and limitations, when you do qualitative research, there will always be the issue that you can't generalize and that a certain type of person is willing to engage for an hour-and-a-half long conversation about these things. But still, it can give you a richer picture of how this, I guess you could call it the lowest hanging fruit, the educators who are interested in learning analytics as a topic, how they engage with it. Knowledge gaps are also freely recognized among researchers between the research perspective on learning analytics and what educators are actually able to glean with the different types of skills that they have from this type of data analysis. And in some ways it's a barrier, but in others it's also an opportunity to look at how interpretations are made from a different perspective. Qualitative research is also very costly and time-consuming, so you can't collect as much data as you like. This can help, however, to support the development of quantitative studies, further studies that are then informed by this data. Ethics are also always an issue that educators and learners mention. I feel that what we know from the study of the quantified self and personalized analytics tools is that the more you make these insights useful and relevant for the individual, the more likely they are to share with you some of their data. And then finally, student characteristics. And this is where I'd like to talk to you briefly about my focus groups. I've had difficulty gaining focus groups that are just with learners. And I think it's because distance learners are distance learners for a reason. They're very busy. Some of them are isolated. Some of them have mental health or anxieties, mental health concerns or anxieties. So I might be looking at doing more individual interviews with learners. And if you have any learners from within the FutureLearn Network that you would like to suggest for my study, please feel free to do so. So thank you so much for listening. I hope we still have some time for a few more questions if you have them. Again, if you'd like to take part in my study, please feel free to get in touch with me after the presentation, give me your email address, and I'll get in touch. Again, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Tracy. That was really fascinating. Does anybody have any questions for Tracy? No? No, I thought it was really interesting. I really liked the way that you broke down on the different groups for what the learning analytics means for the learners, what it means for the breakdown. I don't actually have any question on that, but I just thought it was really interesting. Okay.
That's okay.
Thank you, Tracy. And thank you for Skyping in. Great.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, pleasure. Okay, so last but not least, I'd like to invite Professor Mike Sharples, who you all know, of VOU, and FutureLearn, and Professor Eileen Scanlon of VOU to offer some closing remarks about the discussions that we've had today, the presentations that we've seen, and then I'll just wrap up.
Every time we organise one of these events, we think, is anybody going to come? Everybody's incredibly busy. They're going to a different part of the country. We're all gathering together. Is it going to be possible? And every time it happens. I mean, the one before was at Barcelona. We thought first Europe, non-UK one, would we get anybody? It was really successful. This has been equally successful. The next one that Eileen is going to talk about at the OU is going to be even more successful. So it's great to see you all. It's great to see the diversity of contributions. And I think it shows the maturing of the MOOC space and FutureLearn, that it's not just about are MOOC successful or not. There's a huge diversity now around analytics, around visualization, around learner engagement, in particular about learner-contributed content and now learner-contributed courses. And also, the ways in which FutureLearn in particular is maturing as a platform, moving again away from leisure learners now towards CPD type courses, integrating with degree courses and offering complete degrees. So there definitely seems that we're on a journey together. So I'm really pleased about that. I don't want to try and synthesize what's happened today. I would like to leave a few minutes for any general comments that you've got about FLAN or about FutureLearn research. There's just a couple of issues I want to raise that I'd like your views on because they've come up recently. The first one is about how we should use the FLAN mailing list. So we've got a mailing list now of around about 150, maybe 200 people who are researchers connected with the network. So far, we've just used that mailing list to notify people about FLAN events, research events connected with FutureLearn. Should we open that mailing list up more widely to notify people about other sorts of conferences and events related to MOOCs or more broadly to e-learning? I don't have an answer to that. I want your views on it. Obviously, there are opportunities to hear about other sorts of related events. On the other hand, we all know that if you start getting bombarded with emails, it'll just go into clutter or you will just delete them. So firstly, could I have your views on that? Should we just keep the mailing list to FLAN events or should we open it up more broadly for people to post issues or items related to MOOCs? Any comments? Okay, so all of these are, it's up to us. So the one thing to say is that FLAN is not a FutureLearn initiated network. It's a FutureLearn partner initiated network, and it's up to us to decide how any of these should be used. The Facebook group has been used more generally than the mailing list has because it's an opt-in. And so people have been posting interesting research findings, links to conferences. So the Facebook group has been used more broadly. And I think generally it's worked and there have been some constructive discussions. Almost every meeting there's a discussion about should we keep using Facebook group, should we use some other platform? And almost always we come back to, well, let's just keep on using the Facebook group. So that tends to be a slightly broader forum. Any views on this? I can ask for a show of hands if you want, but are there any other comments? Yeah.
In terms of opening the mailing list so that every member of the mailing list can mail to the mail list. So it's kind of, or just...
Well, that's one way, or anybody in the mailing list can mail to Michelle Stannard or to me or to Eileen, and we'll pass it on. I'd just like to know what the constraints should be. Should we try and keep it fairly enclosed, or should we open it up to a broader set of mailings? Let's just see a show of hands. Those who would like to keep it pretty much as it is, can you raise your hands? And those... Okay. Okay. And those who would like to open it up a bit more broadly with postings about other MOOC-related events, or perhaps e-learning events, raise your hands. Ooh, about even. Yeah. So, are people okay with that, or does anybody object strongly? Okay, let's try until the next event. So if anybody wants to post about MOOC-related events, or possibly research findings, then mail Eileen or me or Michelle Stannard, and we'll post them on. And the second one is about the live stream. So there's been a request of should we circulate the URL more widely, for instance, put it on university or departmental Twitter feeds so that other people can tune in to this event. Again, we've tended to keep it fairly closed so that it's a safe space that we can talk about work in progress. But should we share the live stream more widely? Any comments on that? Any strong views either way? Yeah.
One of the things I found is that people find it very difficult to find FLAN in the first place. So, for example, Tracy, who just spoke to us, is at the Open University. And you would think that at the Open University, everybody who would want to know about FLAN would know about FLAN. And she's in the final year of her PhD. And I saw her a few months ago and said, "You haven't been to any FLAN meetings?" And she went, "What?" And yesterday, I emailed a friend of mine who lectures at Lancaster University and says, "I'm going to be up at the FLAN meeting." And she went, "What?" And so I think there is a case for some outreach somewhere. I mean, I think we find this with the partner forum that, not everybody knows about the partner forum. And I think we find this about FLAN that not everybody knows about FLAN. And I'm not sure what the answer is, but I think somewhere we need more openness.
I agree, and I hope the partner relations managers in FutureLearn can promote FLAN, particularly whenever there's a new partner coming, and I'm sure you do. And also the lead contacts in the universities, I hope that you can promote that amongst researchers, MOOC researchers in your universities. So it's kind of up to us to promote it. So can we please try and do that more actively? And I know that some of you don't know about also the FutureLearn partner site. And that, again, there is a partner site for the partner members of FutureLearn where all the FLAN meetings are both advertised, but also the live streams from the FLAN meetings and all the presentations have been put up there, going right back to the very first one. So if you want to find out about what went on before, then go to the FutureLearn partner site. To get access to the FutureLearn partner site, then ask your university institutional contact about how to do that.
Yeah, a sort of similar question as to my earlier one about the relationship between the mailing list and the Facebook group. Can you remind us, or perhaps somebody on the FutureLearn side of the house, remind us of the relationship between the partner forums and FLAN, because I'm quoting verbatim here from a promotional piece that I think originally came from Nigel Smith about the 14th of January event, which is going to be an online partner forum. June, sorry, beg your pardon. It says, please note, we want to avoid overlap with the FutureLearn Academic Network and recommend FLAN remains the place to share ongoing or existing research. Now, I have to say, I read that, and just personally, I was unsure, given the topic of the stuff I talked about this morning, what forum was the right one, and I'm still not sure.
I'll answer that first, and then FutureLearn people. Firstly, I wouldn't agonize about it. So it's whatever feels right to you. I mean, we own FLAN. So this is us. We can decide at each event what we want. If we want to have a workshop event, if we want to have student presentations, if we want to have a particular theme, it's up to us. So it was initiated by us. It's supported by FutureLearn. So we get a nice lunch, courtesy of FutureLearn, but it's up to us how we self-organize. Partner forums are a bit different.
I'm not going to claim much credit for, but I am organizing the next one, so I'll talk about that at least. It's meant to be an opportunity for us to share back a lot. It's really hard to communicate with lots of people. And so the partner forum is a way of just networking the partners. Indeed, the partnership itself should be a collaboration between partners. We don't want to be this single conduit. But additionally, there are just things that we need to share with you, and it's a great opportunity to bring everyone together and to celebrate where we're going and where we've come from. But this next forum is taking a slightly different twist of it being more partner-centered than normal, which is that we're actively encouraging a partner-first approach to this, where we want partners in any time zone, which is quite a challenge, to come together around the topic of review and evaluation, which could be considered quite close to the activities of FLAN, because that's a lot about standing where you are and looking backwards and saying, how did we get here? But I wanted in the organization of it to make sure that it wasn't stepping on the toes of FLAN, hence that line. But I don't think you should get hung up about it. The idea is you could get your ideas together and present them to this network or a network of like-minded folk who can give you comment, criticism, questions. You know, that's the purpose of these events. It's just as much about bringing partners together as it is about us understanding what's going on. So, yeah.
It was just a simple question about who gets to go to partner forum events. I mean, we're very inclusive in FLAN. We have, people in the network choose to volunteer to organize an event. Thanks very much for the lovely event today. And we're not restrictive about who comes. It's up to people, to spread the word around. So it's very, very open. I don't have the sense of whether partners meetings and partner forum meetings are more restricted in attendance. And that might be another distinction. Yes, and I know there are issues around the scale of that if you went further than that. So I appreciate that that's the answer to the question. But it might be a bit of an answer to Paul's question. Actually, it's in these kind of forums, it's possible to be extremely inclusive, and anybody who's interested, and actually any of the people who are actually working on FutureLearn projects within this is the chance for all of them to come together about issues that they want to talk about. So part of the answer, I think, is the sort of audience you're going to get for your talk, Paul, I think.
Wow. It's going to be Woodstock all over again. I just want to ask then, show of hands, should we open up the live stream? So should we put it onto departmental Twitter feeds and so on? Could I just see a show of hands? Those who think we should open up the live stream more broadly, could you raise your hands? And those who think we shouldn't, raise your hands. Okay, so if you want to tweet the live stream, then that's fine. It does mean then that anybody could be watching, so we have to be careful. Subject to? Yes, so each person doing, no, we can't. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. We should, and we'll make it clear that it will be live streamed and that people outside FLAN could be watching it.
Well, I know I'm between people in their trains, so I won't go on for very long. Fabulous meeting today. I'm really very appreciative to all the work that's gone into organising it. So that's good to know that this is a very lively community, and I was blown away by the presentations. But as Mike said, we're going to be even better the next time. The next meeting is 16th of June in Milton Keynes. It's the one of our annual meetings that we organise at the Open University in conjunction with a whole week of conference events that we have for different purposes. It's been our practice in the past to try to particularly encourage PhD students to present. I think we're kind of open now. I mean, it's obvious that the network is working, that PhD students feel comfortable presenting at any of the events. So as Rebecca and Mike and I construct the next program, we'll be quite open to whatever presentations you want to offer. I think that the next thing to say is that we're also open to offers for what sorts of events we should be having next year. Mike encourage you to think kind of broadly. It seems to work if we meet quarterly. We're not running out of things to talk about. We're certainly not running out of audiences or fabulous presentations. So we'll be looking for some suggestions about what sorts of events we should be running next year, and what offers of locations would be good. I mean, the world, the sky's the limit, I was going to say, but no, I don't really mean that. We had a successful meeting in Barcelona. I think so. You know, there are obviously ways that we can do these sorts of things. We're also talking about maybe locating a FLAN event alongside some clustered conferences that look like they might be taking place next June, July. There are a few relevant conferences. So, I think...
Yeah. Very, very quickly, thank you everyone. Thank you everyone online. And well, I didn't do a lot, but Phil and Tim and Alison and lots of people did.